Yes, 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 yes. I am so glad to be here. My name is Michelle Rayner. I am the state representative for House District 62. I am also the first openly black queer woman to ever hold any public office in the state of Florida. And guess what? St. Pete did that. St. Pete did that. And I am happy to be with you here today on our flag raising. Some of you, many of you actually, we saw, myself and Representative Cross saw in Tallahassee when you came to advocate and talk to lawmakers. And there was something that I said there, and I want to kind of repeat that back and kind of to piggyback off of Chair Gertis's points, that guess what? We are in a space and time where us as a city, we have to be unshakable. Because we see folks that occupy somebody's mansion in Tallahassee that want to attack cities like ours, that want to attack cities of progress, that want to attack cities of inclusivity, that want to attack cities of making sure that people feel loved. And I know the theme for St. Pete Pride is rooted in. This year, they want to attack folks who are rooted in, and not just people who identify as LGBTQ, but people who are accomplices. Many people who are standing here who are elected officials and folks who are saying, listen, I just wanted to come out and show support. You have folks where we are advocating that want to attack that, but guess what? We have to be unshakable in this moment. It is incumbent upon us, even as we're raising this flag. Everyone's like, oh, it's a cool event. You know, we're just raising a flag. But you have to understand, when we decide as a city that we are going to come together and nobody gets to tell us who we are going to be. When we raise that flag, it is saying, this is who we are. We are unshakable. This is our line in the sand. I don't care what laws you think you're going to pass. I don't care how you think you're going to discriminate people. But our city, St. Petersburg, Florida, in this moment, we are saying all are welcome here. So it's not just a flag raising to say happy Pride, but it's a sign. It is a note. It is a warning shot to folks who would say that people are not welcome in the state of Florida. Well, guess what? You may not be welcome in some cities, but in St. Petersburg, Florida, baby, you are welcome to be who you are, to love who you love, to be who you want to be. Because guess what? As our mayor has always said, we are St. Pete. And it is my, listen, I almost forgot. It is my pleasure and my honor, honey. Baby, you know, we got some folks that represent us in Congress that I don't really know who they are, but baby, we got a firecracker. We got somebody that fights for us on the daily, and that has shown up not only for our community here in St. Pete, but has shown up for the LGBTQ community, and really also does it wearing really cool clothes too. So I love your fits. So I am happy to introduce our Congresswoman, the Congresswoman for Tampa Bay, Congresswoman Kathy Casper.
Wow, talk about a firecracker. How about that Rep. Rayner? Imagine what it's like for Rep. Rayner and Rep. Cross to head up to Tallahassee these days and stand up for what's right and to stand up for equal rights. So that makes me so proud to be here in St. Petersburg and to represent this community that values equal rights and is a welcoming place. Mayor and council members and all of you, you should be so proud of what is happening here in St. Petersburg. Part of the reason that it has grown and thrived like it has is just because of this, because everyone is welcome, no matter who they are and who they love and what they look like, where they come from and all of that. That is so meaningful in this day and age. You know, right here in the shadow of this new courthouse on the steps of City Hall, I think it's important to reflect upon progress. It was 50 years ago, on the 4th of July, that equal rights advocates started to meet at Constitution Hall in Philadelphia to demand equal rights that were stated pretty clearly in the Constitution and in our Declaration, but were never really recognized. This was before the Stonewall riots. That happened a few years later. But it really set off this march towards equal rights and progress. And I think as we look ahead, next year is our 250th year anniversary of that Declaration of Independence. And I know if you reflect on the march towards equal rights, there have been stops and starts. There's been violence. It's been painful. We've had moments of joy. I was on the steps of the United States Supreme Court when Obergefell and marriage equality was declared the law of the land. And now it seems like there are folks that want to hold us back, that don't want people to reach their full potential, that want to enshrine discrimination into our laws, certainly into executive orders, which are temporary, by the way. But we're not going to let hate win, are we? No. We're going to continue to march forward. And when we meet that 250th year anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, give meaning to those words, that all people are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that means equal rights for all. It doesn't mean equal rights for some. And here in St. Petersburg, we're going to ensure that that is the case. And we're going to ensure that is the case because we have a mayor who understands how important it is that all citizens enjoy equal rights and non-discrimination in housing and employment, and just in the day-to-day respect that we owe each other. I'm so proud to introduce America's mayor, Sunshine City's mayor, the great Mayor Ken Welch.
Yes, I heard that.
Thank you. Good morning, St. Pete. How are y'all doing? Well, I get to follow Congresswoman Castor and Representative Rayner and Chair/Reverend Copley Gertis up here. And that's usually a tough thing because they are dynamic speakers, but it's really a blessing that you get to see what level of leadership we have in this community that is out there doing the job, standing for all of us. And I want to acknowledge them for what they do. Please, y'all give them a hand. Thank you to our city council, to all our community representatives, to our partners from St. Pete Pride who are here. I did notice Councilmember Mike Harding moving up, so he is here as well, way in the back, hard-working council member. Thank you for being here. So each year we raise this flag, and your presence here matters. It sends a message, not just to our city, not just to our state, but to our entire nation. Each year we proudly raise the pride flag here at City Hall. It's a simple but powerful act, and it becomes more important every time we do it. And in this moment, as Representative Rayner said, it's no exception. In fact, it's more important than ever that we are clear about who we are in our city and the principles that we believe in and that we will fight for. Across our nation, we're witnessing a wave of legislation and rhetoric aimed at erasing the very things that make us who we are: our diversity, our history, our humanity, but not in St. Pete. Right. In this city, we do not fear our differences. We embrace them. We celebrate them. We understand that our strength lies in our diversity, in the LGBTQ plus community, in our artists and entrepreneurs, in our families, our youth, our seniors. We all matter in our city. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, quote, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere," end quote. That's not just a quote, that's a warning, and it's a call to action. Raising this flag is a declaration that here in St. Petersburg, we stand with our LGBTQ plus brothers and sisters, siblings, sons and daughters. We see you, we value you, and we will stand beside you in the fight for equality and justice. Today, this flag will fly high above City Hall as a symbol of pride, but also as a symbol of purpose, a reminder that equity, inclusion, and justice are not just words that we speak. They are not words that can be randomly redefined by others. They are values that we live every day. To everyone here today, thank you all. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for standing up. And thank you for helping us build a city where everyone belongs. Because we are St. Pete, all of us. And now it's my honor to officially recognize what this flag represents by reading the proclamation. Whereas the city of St. Petersburg has a diverse lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and questioning community, and is committed to supporting intentional equity for all people throughout our city. And whereas many of the residents, students, city employees, and business owners within the city of St. Petersburg who contribute to the enrichment of our city are a part of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and questioning community. And whereas it is our vision that St. Petersburg will be a diverse, vibrant city guided by principled progress and intentional inclusivity, where innovation, partnerships, and ingenuity create opportunities for all. And whereas this year we celebrate the 23rd anniversary of St. Pete Pride, Florida's largest pride parade and festival, and recognize the substantial economic impact that an event of this size has had on St. Petersburg and the surrounding areas. And whereas we partner with our neighboring cities and cities across the United States to recognize and celebrate June as LGBTQ Pride Month. Now, therefore, I, Kenneth T. Welch, Mayor of the City of St. Petersburg, Florida, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2025 as LGBTQ Pride Month in St. Petersburg, and invite everyone to reflect on the ways we can live together with a commitment to mutual respect and understanding, and further recognize Pride Month by flying the rainbow flag at City Hall during the month of June. Happy Pride, St. Pete. And now join me in welcoming to the podium St. Pete Pride Board President, Dr. Byron Green Collish. Byron. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, friends. As Mayor said, my name is Dr. Byron Green Collish, Dr. BGC if you catch me on social media. Before I jump into my speech, I want to say a massive thank you to the mayor and to our council people, because over my time as board president, it has been incredibly difficult, both in Tallahassee and making sure that we create amazing spaces. We have fought legislation and had multiple conversations to make sure that we can show up in the ways that make sense for us and that can truly celebrate St. Pete Pride in the way that it has been done over the last 22 seasons. And never at any point in time during those fights did I have to worry about coming home to an inhospitable local government. So I thank you again, Mayor Welch, to all of our council people for really stepping up and standing in the void for us. I want to dive in because, of course, as we prepare to enter our 23rd season here at St. Pete Pride, I'm filled with gratitude. This year, we welcomed our new executive director, Bior Guigny. Make some noise for Bior. We welcome new board members, some of which I see out in the crowd, so I'm incredibly grateful for our new board members and our board members that have stuck with us, and even some previous board members as well. We also welcomed a brand new royal court on Sunday, and I think I see Oscar Di Maio and Seduction Dickerson, so please make some noise for them. Representing St. Pete Pride this year, reigning over our entire 2025 year. But I would be remiss to not acknowledge the history that got us to this moment. If y'all mind, I'll do a quick history lesson. I'll make it quick. We often talk about Stonewall, but I want to take you back to 1955 in Baltimore, where one of the first recorded instances of protest around queer rights started. And if I did my math correctly, from 1955 up into Stonewall, there were over 55 instances of protest fighting for queer rights. Amongst those 26, they continued to pop up across the country. They weren't located in any one space, and they weren't able to get the traction that we needed to really fuel this movement forward. But on June 28th, 1969, at the Stonewall Inn in New York City, 2 black and brown trans women said, "Enough is enough." And I want to underscore the importance of those 2 women starting the fight that has become the Pride movement as we know it. But there was something different about Stonewall. For those of you that don't know, that riot lasted for 6 days. continual action and engagement, but it was not able to be sustained for the length of time were it not for the coalitions that they built along the way. The history that they had amassed up until that point, the 26 different protests and movements that happened up until that point that really fueled the anger and the resistance needed to continue to fight for 6 days straight. There are movements that happened after the Stonewall riot, directly after the Gay Liberation Front, a radical movement launched public demonstrations and protests and stand in the moments. And political officials, they engaged with them. Similar groups followed, including the Gay Activist Alliance, Radical Lesbians, and STAR. But 1 year later, 1970, the 1 year anniversary of the Stonewall riots, the New York City community members marched together, amongst them many of the coalitions that helped make that 6-day riot what it was. They called it the Christopher Street Liberation Day. It was not pride. It was a day of liberation. The beauty in that was the amazing amount of coalitions that were built. There were organizations that took off from that moment that held on to that same idea that we are stronger together. Human Rights Campaign in 1980, who partnered with racial justice, immigrant rights, and disability rights organizations highlighting intersectionality in their advocacy. National LGBTQ Task Force pioneered early LGBTQ faith and community partnerships, creating religious communities and fostering progressive religious advocacy for the LGBTQ rights. This idea of collective liberation, that your freedom is inherently connected to my freedom, is what is going to drive us into the future and what drove us to this point that we are currently in. Our national history doesn't look too different from our local history. 23 years ago, local business owners, leaders, and activists built our version of that very first Christopher Street movement. That took root.
move it, baby. Move the body. Move the body, move it, baby. Move the body.
Here.
Vic Sanders.
Here.
Floyd. Givens. Curtis.
Here.
Thank you. Committee members, we have an agenda before us. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Next is the approval of the April 24th, 2025 minutes.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Now we'll get to our new business for today. This is a new business item that I brought forward earlier this year, and this is for a discussion on the creation of a legacy business program. The reason that I brought this forward because as our city is growing and we are welcoming new residents and new businesses in all the time, we want to make sure that we, maintain those things that make St. Petersburg so special. And lately, in St. Petersburg, we've lamented the departure of some of our long-standing businesses here in our city. And it gave me the idea, and I saw that some other cities have put together what we call a legacy business program. This is a way that we can recognize and support those businesses that have really helped to build St. Pete and make it what it is today and make it what we love about it so much today. So after doing some research on how other cities have structured their programs, got together with Brian and Brittany, and they've put together a proposed program that I hope you'll like. They're ready to present it today, and I just want to give a big thank you for all of the work that you have put into getting us this far. With that, I will turn things over to the both of you.
Great. Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It was an excellent setup, so I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair. As Chair mentioned, these programs are becoming very popular throughout the U.S. in the last few years as communities look to recognize and honor businesses that have really made a lasting impact on their community. So thanks to Chair and her legislative aide, Brian, for bringing this to our attention and showing us some best practices throughout the U.S. With that, we are delighted to kind of present the framework for a program moving forward, and would love to get your feedback, your input, as we kind of continue to craft this program, which we're looking to roll out sometime later this year. With that, I would like to turn it over to our excellent economic development specialist and terrific greenhouse navigator, Brittany Cagle, to walk through this morning's presentation.
Thank you so much, Brian. Good morning, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to present today to the Economic and Workforce Development Committee. So on today's agenda, we're presenting our early ideas to pilot the St. Petersburg Legacy Business Program. And we're going to dive into the overview and objectives, why legacy businesses matter, how other cities recognize legacy businesses, and share some of our ideas in ways that we can honor them here in St. Petersburg. So our main goal is to celebrate, safeguard, and sustain local businesses with lasting community impact, to honor the small businesses that have shaped St. Petersburg's past, present, and future. And this program aims to bolster the visibility and patronage of legacy businesses so that they can continue to serve as living embodiments of the city's history. So with any new idea or program, it's always important and imperative to ask, so what? Why does this matter? Why does a legacy business matter? We believe this is an opportunity to preserve our local character through intentional support. With rising costs, commercial rents, and economic shifts, highlighting our legacy businesses can turn our neighborhoods into destinations. When brainstorming ideas for the program, it was vital to recognize just how many legacy businesses were within St. Petersburg. And in looking through the data provided by the Business Tax Division, we learned the following. So for fiscal year 2015, or with a history of 10 years in business, we had over 6,512 businesses total. In fiscal year 2010, or 15 years in business, there were 5,172 legacy businesses. And finally, in fiscal year 2005, or 20 years in business, we had 4,245 legacy businesses total. Aside from looking at the data, I wanted to bring a few examples of other programs that I believe have been very successful in how they approach honoring their legacy businesses. So for example, the first program, Boston, Massachusetts, offers targeted support, including technical assistance. They focus a lot on succession planning and employee ownership. They provide a lot of valuable resources, so they provide a toolkit and legal consultation. There's different levels of recognition, so the legacy businesses within the program receive a plaque and special badge to feature in their business. And then they also receive that digitally as well for their website. And then they also do an entire award ceremony, which I think is really neat. They have a cash bar, hors d'oeuvres, they invite a band, and it's just, they make it a huge night of celebration. So overall impacts, this is the third year of operation, and they have over 90 legacy businesses within that program. And they also do something very different, which is they have a very inclusive selection process. So they have 3 levels. They have the community nominations, the council input, as well as the committee review. So we went a little closer to home for our second program example in Delray Beach, Florida. So similarly, they do a lot of recognition and really take the time to provide a design, a window cling, as well as a digital banner for their website. They also feature them on their main downtown Delray Beach website. And then they also provide a legacy doormat and plaque for each business. I'm gonna take a sip of water. They do a lot of promotional support as well. So the legacy businesses are highlighted on the website in the new e-newsletters, and they also feature business owner interviews on the website as well as their social media channels. They do offer an optional mentorship opportunity where the legacy businesses can work with the Downtown Merchant Association. For overall impact, there were 42 businesses that have been recognized since this program was established in 2024. And finally, the last program we'll look at today is in Washington, D.C., and they're honoring the 20 years. So they did something very different from the programs that I was researching, and they included a 36-page in-depth report where they really dive into the different businesses and their history. They really take the time to get to know the different business owners and feature a background on each one. And then they do have a business inventory that they share on their website with over 70 plus businesses that I was able to view today. And they do a public event. So interestingly enough, they do the walking tour, which is really fun, where they go and they visit each legacy business among that tour. And they try to do that at least once a year. They do an informational webinar and a panel discussion where they invite the legacy business owners to share what they've learned so far in their legacy in their 20 years. For overall, went ahead. For speaking, they also provide speaking engagements. So they do a lot of presentations at key conferences, one of those being the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development. For overall impact, 120 legacy businesses have been recognized since the program was established in 2023. And it's important to note from all these examples here today that these are relatively new programs, so there is a lot of opportunity there for what we can do and how we can value and recognize the businesses. So after compiling the data and really looking at different examples of how this has been done before, we started to come up with these ideas of what we thought would be really helpful, or what we could do here in St. Petersburg. So we would love to recognize the businesses that have been with us for 20 plus years that are independently owned and rooted here in the city. And we also want to elevate them, so provide that like a spotlight that they'll be able to be on the city website. We'll be able to share them on social media. We'll be able to share the stories and the people behind these businesses. Another thing we envisioned was doing a nomination process that would really help us identify any businesses we may have missed. And this also gives that community, or our community, ownership and investment within the program. And then this nomination would serve as a starting point. So this would help us to reach out to those businesses and encourage them to apply. So starting the conversation. So I really wanted to reiterate here just how important these legacy businesses are within the community. They often serve community functions that go above and beyond the simple sale of goods and services, and they have often inspired and influenced their patrons' lives. So they not only employ community members, but also serve as a space for the community to gather. And some examples of this could be that business that hosts community events within the store, or sponsors local children's sports teams, or those that donate time and goods to worthy causes. Perhaps they lead different neighborhood committees, but these letters of support would be that insider's glimpse into all of these great ways that these businesses have contributed or have impacted their patrons' lives. Here's a sip of water. Another thing that we envisioned was doing a reevaluation or a review process every 3 years to capture any business updates or any major changes that have come over time. And this would provide us an opportunity to recognize any subsequent milestones, or if any information has changed, it would help us be accountable for what we're sharing on our social media channels or on our website. We also thought it would be really neat to recognize legacy businesses in an interactive map or gallery, and there's so many opportunities there. There could be an opportunity for a community timeline, or an opportunity to chronicle significant events over time or their history, any community changes, but it could really serve as that roadmap. And we also worked with marketing to strategize a marketing package to recognize those incoming legacy businesses. So in the next slide, we'll break down what that marketing package looks like and those opportunities we were envisioning. So you'll see there is a lot of opportunity to increase the visibility and potentially attract new customers or partners to these businesses. We would highlight them on our social channels, and I did include the followers too to give an idea of what that audience would look like. And then also we love the idea of doing a window decal and also a digital badge for the different websites, so that way they could probably put, that stamp of approval on their, on their documents. Also, we would create we would share stories about any innovative strategies that business owners have employed throughout their tenure, throughout their years. So it was really great to see these interviews and that personal glimpse into each one and the valuable lessons they've learned over time. So we envisioned that, placing that in a newsletter or within those social media channel platforms. So these are two really strong examples of legacy business maps that other programs have established. So in the left one, on the City of Cambridge side, it gives you an opportunity to hover over the markers and then really see historical photographs and learn more about the timeline. And these are often strong narratives, long narratives about the businesses and what they've done for their communities. And then on the right, this one is more of an, so it's color-coded. You can really interact with the different types of businesses. as well as one thing I really loved about what Long Beach does here is they map out their council districts as well, so you can see which businesses are within those council districts. So just a little touch that I didn't see in a lot of the other examples that I thought really stood out. And again, it's just also how they outline exactly where the legacy business program takes place. I thought they both did that really well. And they were just really lovely and interactive, and just really invited the viewer to engage with the different businesses. Another cool thing about this was that they took this information often and would do different publications with it, whether it be a holiday guide or a special event guide, where they're using this information in different ways to attract more customers. So Tracy, our director who could not be with us today, unfortunately, she's been really helpful in helping us envision some other opportunities we could provide. So one of the things that we had discussed was potentially doing business assistance workshops that support legacy businesses. And then these new technical assistance programs could be targeted towards different topics such as succession planning, like we saw earlier, social media marketing, or access to legal consultation, we were saying. We thought there would be a lot of value in introducing these topics for the community. So looking at all of the data and thinking about why it matters, I just want to reiterate just how important these legacy businesses are and how they've truly shaped our city's identity, economy, and regional character for decades. And we would love for this program to reflect that and to reflect the city's commitment to celebrating and sustaining those invaluable contributions. So this slide we had fun with. This was another idea we had where on the application we envisioned an opportunity for storytelling, and this would be an optional section for the business owners where they can really give us more of a glimpse to their history. Like, what changes have they noticed over time? Any significant events? How has their business impacted their neighborhood? And then I thought this would also be a great opportunity to ask for any challenges or any advice, because we could use that information within the newsletters, within our website, within the, again, I know I keep saying social media platforms, but this would, again, give us that information to pull from too and be directly from the source. This next one is our marketing name idea slide. So these were the legacy business program titles that we worked through with marketing to make the program more distinct or more customized to St. Petersburg. And we'd love for your feedback on these ideas or to learn any names that you believe may be more fitting. And the best slide for last. So this is the marketing team's design concepts for the legacy business program. And before we dive into any questions or feedback and ideas, I just want to thank you, council members, for your time and consideration today. And just thank you, Chair Gina Driscoll, for bringing this to our attention and for just sharing this initiative with us. This has been so fun, and just I've learned so much. And finally, thank you to Brian and marketing and legal just for helping me refine and prepare and get rid of all the nerves or try my best for today. So just really grateful, and this has been such an awesome opportunity to learn and explore. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And to be perfectly honest, you did a fantastic job.
Oh, thank you.
So thank you. I mean, the greenhouse, this department is full of rock stars, and you have shown today that you're one of them. It's our first chance working together, and you've just been amazing. And I'm glad that you've taken such an interest in this. Your own passion for this idea has really come through, so I'm grateful for you. There are other ways that we can go with this. What was presented today is what I think about as step one, especially right now when we're in a lean budget year. I'd love for it to have grants and all kinds of things, but just being practical and also knowing that this is new, I really like what they've put together here where we do that recognition and marketing support and, some sort of in-house support right now. And then let's see how it goes. And down the road, if we want to expand this, once we find out what's working, what's not, and learn from this step, I think this has some potential to become much bigger, like some of the cities that were given in the examples today. So just wanted to be clear. I think about sometimes I have an idea and I've got a short-term thought and a long-term thought about this. This is more the short term, but I think it's a pretty solid short term. And I'm looking forward to the feedback that you provide for me and for staff so that we know if and how to proceed. With that, I'll take any questions from committee members. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. Not so much questions, just wanted to say that I think this is a good idea and a good start short term, like Councilmember Driscoll mentioned. Long term, I do see like a lot of, how do I say this? Credibility in the idea that like our economic development funds should be focused on businesses that have, been here for a long time. I think getting them to grow is a safer bet and a more impactful investment than some of the other things we do, like trying to attract a new business. People who have invested in this community organically, I think, are what's going to strengthen our economy. So long term, I definitely think that thinking about how we do economic development in these terms would be a wonderful thing. The other thing I wanted to mention was I really like the succession planning aspect of this, in that something that's been bouncing around in my brain for half a decade, and I hadn't thought about how to input the conversation here, but I've seen statistics that say like 80% of small businesses don't sell. I think the threat to a small business that's been in our community for 20 years is not necessarily economic, but it's succession planning. And if we want these businesses to continue, I think succession planning is going to have to be a big impact on it. And when they don't sell, I saw Boston did like employee ownership. I've seen that work in the past in other businesses, small businesses that I've been aware of. There's just not a market out there for selling small businesses. And so things like employee ownership or manager ownership after the founders want to retire, I think would be a really innovative and forward-thinking way for us to push this forward. And then, as far as everything else goes, as far as a first step, like I think this is good. And I've always also thought about how we can interact with businesses and advocate for businesses that are doing the right thing in our community. And so existing in our community for a long time is definitely doing the right thing. I've thought of other things, some standards and whatnot, and I've always thought like plaques would be a good idea, like it would help inform me as a consumer. So I think that's a great place to start here, and I'd love to see that expanded in other directions as well. But just generally, I'm supportive of this and think that it's a good start, and I've got some ideas that we can continue to talk about as time goes on. But that's all I've got, so I appreciate it, Chair. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Council Chair.
Thank you all,
Council Chair Gertis.
Yep, thank you very much, Chair. I have one question, I think, on selection. Can we talk about, like, in general, what we're thinking so far? And then second layer to that, I don't like to ask multiple questions at once, but past selection, are we gonna like max it? Like, are we thinking we max it per year? Are we gonna have an initial like kind of larger group and then max it? That's kind of where my head goes. Like, how are we selecting? How do we make sure that it's like gets hot fast, which is how I think you have kind of a larger first year and maybe slim down years after. But I'd love to hear kind of what staff is thinking.
Absolutely. So thank you, Chair. We're currently working through kind of program guidelines and operations with legal and other city departments. We are thinking that it would probably be an application process. It would be capped at approximately, when we're playing with this number right now, we're thinking maybe 30 at a time, and we would do 2 sessions per year. So it would be first come, first serve. Effectively, you apply, you put in an application, we review it to make sure just the information is accurate, that you have been in existence at the time that you're claiming, and then we would cap that at 30. If you're 31, 32, 33, we come back to you in sort of that next round. You have right of first refusal because you were in the queue to be validated, and we continue that process. So we're thinking approximately 60 a year. As Brittany mentioned, we've got over 4,000 in our community, so there's quite a bit that's out there that would be eligible for this. But we want to do it in a way that we are able to provide that kind of personalized touch to those businesses, which is why we are thinking of having that cap on it, just to make sure that we do have the promotional items, we do have the opportunity to kind of give that specific attention to those businesses in that 6-month period in which they're brought into the program.
Okay. Just trying to look through a different lens there. My only concern about 60 a year would be businesses getting lost in the shuffle and not getting the recognition that I think a program like this you should deserve being in this. And so, if we're going to market 60 businesses, right, like a marketing plan, like I even wrote down as part of mine, like, I love the storytelling aspect. Like, I'd love to see that like on the St. Pete channel, right? Like that would be relatively impossible logistically to do with 60 businesses. And I'm not saying I'm against 60 businesses. I'm just saying I think that's the downfall of so many. But I like hearing that at least, it seems like we have the capacity, at least with some of the marketing, to do the 60. I'll jump quickly to something that Councilmember Floyd said. I have a little bit of a different perspective. I would tell you there is a market for small business secession. I look at it often, but it's expensive. And so I agree that secession planning is vitally important. What I'd love to see maybe is like if there are businesses that are a part of this, maybe along with the interactive map, because I love the map. Maybe there is like an opportunity that if they are getting close to, they want to retire, maybe they're thinking, maybe if we're able to do this legally, like maybe we're the listing for them. That like part of that map is some of these legacy businesses now are looking for the next partner, right? Because right now, if you go on to like LoopNet or you use a broker, I mean, you're giving up, somewhere in between 5 and 10% of your sales price, not to mention the advertising cost to do that. And, when you're selling a business that you might get, $100,000 for, 100 compared to 90 is a big deal, right? And so I think if there's an opportunity to do that, because I do think there is a market, but maybe we can help them by making it a little bit easier for them to do it rather than trying to go find a broker or use LoopNet, because that is a whole thing on its own and things like that. So I just thought I'd give that feedback. So I appreciate Councilmember Floyd bringing up secession planning because it is a big deal. Quickly, I love the doormat. To me, if I'm walking around, I mean, obviously downtown, I hope Central Avenue on the west side, Grand Central, like if I'm walking on Central Avenue and I saw what I'm going to say my favorite is the anchor mat, like it would make me want to go in, especially if I had never been there before. Like it would entice me to go in and see what that legacy business is about. So I love the doormat. Again, to Councilmember Floyd's point, like the plaque, I love the idea of them being able to really like show people that they are a part of this program. I'm just trying to see. Oh, and then I'll just go to the logo. I love the idea of anchor. I think it just goes well in St. Petersburg. I think I'm certainly not like an artistic person, but I think concept 2, you'd be able to turn the palm tree into an anchor. But I just love the ability of like I like that look, and it kind of the eye already catches like an anchor to me a little bit. And I just think anchor, it talks about like being here, been here for a long time, not going anywhere, strong. Like obviously we're peninsula on a peninsula on a peninsula. So I think there's a lot of things that tie into that too. And I love being a little different from like the legacy programs that other cities are doing and having a little bit of like a branding to this that is unique to us. So I really appreciate the thought that's been put into this, all the work. Councilmember Driscoll, thank you so much for bringing this, because I agree, this has the capacity to be a really, really, I mean, it's a really cool thing just on this level, but certainly levels past that as we continue to build and invest in this. So this was an awesome job. Thank you so much for all this. Thank you, Chair Driscoll.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Fig-Sanders and then Councilmember Givens after that.
Okay, thank you. And you did fantastic. We couldn't tell you were nervous if you were, so thank you so much for that. So thank you for the presentation and the idea of wanting to recognize our legacy businesses. And I agree with a lot of what has been said thus far. I'm going to start with the logo. I agree that doormat concepts is awesome, and the window decal are my two favorite. Those are my favorites, and I love that. But so I'm going to make a couple of comments and questions dealing with personal experience and what I see in my district a lot. You know, because we have businesses that are flourishing outside of downtown. And so I want to make sure that I love the application process. Thank you for that. And for me, it has never been the application process other than marketing and getting it out. It's the selection process is where a lot of times in these programs we fall short, and I get the feedback on. And so that comparative process of the selection process, I would love to ensure how equitable that looks. And I also agree that we want to do the legacy 20 years and focus on those that have been here, these mainstays. But unfortunately, in a lot of areas, those legacy buildings, businesses are not being able to stay because of high rising in prices. So although they were valuable and they made awesome contributions to our community, a lot of them did a lot of services in our community with their own finances, jeopardizing their own economic sustainability, and they're no longer here. So I know that we're in a financial crunch, but I can't help believe that there's going to be a dollar amount associated with this somewhere, because there's going to have to be a staff person assigned to doing this. Those are hours. There's going to have to be printing for marketing to do, you know, the decal and the doormats, and that is money. And we're looking at organizations and events to cut. So I guess the first year I need to see what the dollar amount looks like initially, because I think this is worth investing in. I really do think it's worth investing in, but I also want to know the reality of it. You know, everything sounds good until you start getting those numbers and it starts rolling in. So I do want to know what that looks like, what the dedicated hours for staff is going to be, and what some of the budget looks like in implementing this. You know, because Chair Driscoll did say she knows that we're in a crunch right now. So I would love to see what that looks like. And the business acknowledgement of this, it helps our businesses. You know, because like Chair Gerda said, if I see that this is a legacy business, I'm going to want to go in and support it just because it has been identified by the city of St. Petersburg as a treasure in our community. So I do like that. And I know that we are saying that we want to recognize our legacy businesses versus focusing on new businesses. Well, our legacy businesses are going to have to be able to compete with our new businesses because times have changed from 20 years ago. So hopefully we're going to provide them with that next level assistance once we get going with this, because in order for them to sustain, they've obviously done a great job of matching the times. But I hope that that's one, and I don't know if I saw that in here, that we're going to help them get to the next level and stay competitive. Once they've been identified as a legacy building, because times have changed. You know, these young folks are graduating colleges and in these tech programs, and they're doing fantastic things, keeping up with the innovation that we have going on. So I want to, again, compliment your presentation. Thank you, Chair Driscoll, for wanting to recognize our legacy buildings. I would love, once we get this started, I want to get a list of the businesses so that we maintain a certain balance in this valuable program. I love the fact that the greenhouse has evolved over time, so I'm gonna give Tracy credit on being open for that. But I support this, but I still need to know what the dollar about, because this is not free. This is not going to be a free program. There is going to be a cost associated with this. So conceptually, I totally support. Well, I support it all over, all around. But I need to know what the dollar amount for this is going to be as we are looking at budget and everything else, or what the first phase looks like. Because see, we could just phase this out without a whole lot of investment into that, do the application process or whatever. So if you can phase that out and provide that for all the committee members and those council members that are here, what the dollar amount is going to be. And hopefully we won't have to hire a new staff person for this or dedicate. But yeah, just let me know what the dedicated hours looks like for this and what the anticipated cost is going to be. But other than that, good stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And to your point, that is one of the reasons why we are suggesting to start small with this by bringing in 30 at a time, is for budgetary and staff time until we have some understanding of really what that overall impact is going to be. And what we're working with marketing right now is on sort of that menu of different promotional items that will have a cost associated with them. Some will be a little bit more expensive. Things like window decals are kind of high visibility but low cost and easier to do. So we're working with marketing right now on exactly what that overall package will be. You're exactly right, there will be $1 associated with it, and we are planning to fund that out of EWD's operational budget. There is a set amount every single year that goes for small business programming, and so that would effectively use a portion of that amount for this, buying those promotional items and putting together that overall package. But as it relates to staff time, we do intend on operationalizing this through the greenhouse, and we do not anticipate requiring any additional staff to be brought on to actually implement this program. As a matter of fact, I think it most likely will be our champion, Brittany kind of being our leader on this program moving forward.
Okay, 2 quick questions. What is the dollar amount for the EWD budget line item? Do you know?
For our small business programming, we have $500,000.
$500,000, good amount. 2, once this goes to council and we get it all done, can you make sure that every council member gets an email with the announcement that is out there? Because I would love to nominate a few businesses myself.
Certainly.
But I just I can't read every email that the city puts out. So if you can send that to council members once it's available, that would be great.
Certainly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And before I go on, I want to respond to a couple of things. Regarding the budget for this, as you can see, we tried to look at how much we could do that really cost very little. Things in-house that kind of go along with what we do anyway, especially through marketing. And then today, giving everyone the introduction to the idea and getting your input so that then they can, maybe all of you hate the doormats, I don't want them to go and cost out everything before we know what we want. So that's why we don't have a proposed budget for this today, but we are planning to be lean and mean and being able to still provide a lot for these legacy businesses. There was something else. Regarding the nominations, Councilmember Fig Sanders made a great point about wanting to have the info so that she could get nominations out there. One thing I wrote down was, I don't know how much trouble this is, but of the qualified businesses that you have, the 4,000 something, would it be too much trouble to categorize them by council district?
Not at all. We'd be happy to.
One thing that would be amazing, I think, for all of us would be for each council member to have a list of those qualifying businesses that are located in their district. Because we can help. We can help. It's our job to be out, making sure that we're, getting the word out and meeting with our constituents, and that includes our small businesses. So if it's, I don't know how much time that would take or how difficult it is, but
We would be happy to provide that information.
that would be awesome. And then before I forget, the map that had the businesses and it sort of delineated the council districts from another city, think about doing it by neighborhoods instead. So I can tell everyone, here are the legacy businesses in historic Uptown. Here are the legacy businesses in Bartlett Park. Okay? Just a thought. And now we'll go to Councilmember Givens. Thank you.
I appreciate that very much, and thank you, Council Chair Driscoll, for bringing this. I appreciate you so much. All of you have put a lot of work into this, and you can tell. I love the logo. I'll start with that. My first initial impression with Concept One was the pelican. That stood out to me. That is St. Pete. When you see the pelican, it is what stands out. When you think about St. Petersburg, I think about the pier, I think about the city bird, and I think about the fact that it highlights our city's name. It showcases St. Pete, and it's almost like our city official seal. So I really like that design. As far as the doormat, not really a fan of that. I like the idea of yard signs. People are always asking, where can we get a yard sign saying this or saying that, whether we're a CRA business or just a small business or the Not My Son campaign. They really like the idea of celebrating their pride for St. Pete. So I think a yard sign is a great way to do that. Doormat, kind of got to look down, those get wear and tear over a while. A yard sign, you can also bring that in and out. I also like the idea of maybe a plaque that's made by a local business, perhaps in the Warehouse Arts District, Grand Central District, something like that. Economic and workforce development, it was brought up earlier, the importance of that. I love the fact that we want to invest in these businesses, and I don't think it's a great investment. And certainly I think a lot of the work that we have to do, especially in the initial phase, is work that's already been done by a lot of our colleagues, our counterparts, the organizations that hopefully we'll be collaborating with, the EDC, the Chamber, the Tampa Bay Black Business Investment Corporation. There are so many of these groups, the Greenhouse, that have already partnered with many of these legacy businesses. So hopefully we'll be, working smart, not hard, not reinventing the wheel, and just collaborating on a different level this time. Because I think this program has great potential. The sky is the limit when you can really invest in the backbone of our economy, which is our small businesses. I'm like Councilwoman Fig Sanders. I'm thinking about businesses like some of the funeral homes here. Brett Funeral Home, Lawson Funeral Home, Smith Funeral Home, all been around for years. You think about Swinton's Market on 22nd, right? That's a 3-generation owned, local family-owned grocery. I'm even thinking about like daycares like Starling, 50 years, right? Like these are legacy businesses. You have the African American Heritage Trail, Deuces. Those are great places for us to tap into those business districts, get connected to those business leaders to say, hey, who are we not already in contact with that we should be talking to? Because again, we don't want to reinvent the wheel. Let's already connect with those stakeholders. Also, I was thinking about ways that we could promote this, promote the businesses who we're going to be helping. So I was thinking about the city-sponsored events that we have. I'd love to see more networking events for these partners, the folks who apply to this. I'd like to see opportunities for us to provide that capacity building. If you can kind of go a little bit more in depth over what training services the Greenhouse is going to facilitate specifically. I know they do great work. I just wanted to know exactly how they're going to come into play with this.
Thank you, Councilmember. So that's currently under construction. That really we're working on what should that specific training be. I think we are looking at other communities and generally what they're offering as it relates to their legacy business programs. Certainly, to your earlier point of reinventing, not reinventing the wheel, if it's something that's working well in another community, we want to make sure that we're replicating that here. But as to the exact specifics of what that sort of training package or personalized development would be, I think we're still kind of working through some of those details on how to operationalize that and some of those specifics.
So speaking of details and operations, I see technical assistance, and there are a number of different things that were highlighted. how did you get to those things? These are the items that we're going to help with, whether it be social media, revenue generation. How are you determining what the greatest needs are from our small business owners? Did you get a pulse? Did you take a survey?
This is generally best. This is what we're seeing in other communities. So we're still exploring that. Brittany, if you want to speak to kind of the overall research, there are dozens of these programs throughout the U.S. And so that's really informed some of what you've seen today is what are those other communities doing? And then we look for patterns. Are there several cities that are offering a specific program? Okay, that probably means there's some interest from that small business community in that particular item. We should adopt it here. If it's a one-off, then maybe it's specific to that community and something that doesn't need to be replicated. And if you'd like to just kind of talk about the overall research and various programs.
And definitely looking at the workshops we already offer and on demand and in person, and then what are we missing and what can we bring to the table was the discussion with Tracy, but we'll continue to be open to ideas and just researching kind of what's effective and what, you were right with how I compared with the other programs, what I've been seeing a lot of, and that's what brought those ideas for that slide.
Well, I appreciate that, and thank you for your honesty. I'm just thinking about, the city of Cambridge, for instance. I wouldn't compare that to the city of St. Pete. I'd like to look more in depth at cities that have similar demographics, similar business districts like ours. When you look at downtown business district versus, the up and coming Deuces business district, it's not on the same level. So how do these up and coming business districts get to that level of being an innovation or a downtown business district? The issues aren't the same from city to city, or business district to business district. Specifically when you look at small Black-owned businesses, I want to talk about access to capital, making sure we're having those conversations, talking about things like mentorship and education. A lot of the communities that we'll be reaching out to have various needs, and so I just want to make sure that we highlight all of the needs of the communities that we'll be talking to. Very interested in, again, talking more with you about the application process, just to make sure that it's equitable across the board. But I'm excited to see this grow, so thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. Just to a couple of your points, I think one of the nice things about this program is it is expandable. So while we're suggesting to start small, there are different tiers that there can be added to this moving forward. One of the examples that Brittany presented had that kind of highlighting by industry and type. So I think there can even be specialized trainings. If you are a restaurant, you might receive a different type of package than if you are a retail store, than if you're some other type of business in our community. So I think we can kind of expand upon that based on the needs that we're seeing and the types of businesses that we're seeing come into the program. And then we have an opportunity moving forward, while we're currently suggesting to start at 20+ years. There are businesses that are at 50 years and 75 years, and we can do, as we move forward, we can kind of tailor the business needs in that overall promotional package to that type of business. While you see right now, like in Concept 1, it's gold, we can do a silver, gold, platinum. There's different ways we can kind of take this moving forward, really depending on what we see from the business community and the feedback we receive as we roll this out.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think it's this is a way to start on a simpler scale, and then add to that as we go and as we learn what the businesses want, as in terms of, do they need that marketing support, or do they need the would a video be helpful for them, and I love, one of the things I love about the greenhouse is that they really do personalize the offerings for what type of business they are, what their needs are, and what resources we have that can connect with that. Councilmember Harding, did you have any?
Yes, ma'am.
Any input?
I do. Thank you,
Please.
Chair. Well done. I think it's an idea that is well worth going after, and I like what you put together, and I think my colleagues definitely do as well. I think I'll end up echoing just a couple of the ideas, but it does seem like I was thinking about how do you solicit the input for who qualifies, and these are things that the chamber is well suited for. So I'm sure there's some really good relationships that will form out there. Interestingly, I don't know enough about the USF Business School, but there might be something there that is worth some type of partnership. Really, the only additional thought I had was, and this needs to start small, but as it grows, is there room for bringing together and recognizing the businesses that we put into this group? There's the Greater Tampa Chamber of Commerce throughout all 5 counties does an award system, or has an award system that they run every year and that identifies Small Business of the Year. And so do we recognize increase in payroll or impact on the community or impact on charitable giving, those kind of things. But I think it further exemplifies or wants you to be part of that group. And I like the idea of using the infrastructure that's in there, the businesses that we identify to go and interview these groups, or go and interview these businesses and groups and learn from each other as they're deciding on how possible awards are given out. But it seems like we're pretty well suited. We're pretty well suited for that. I really like the idea. I look forward to what you bring back and keep going. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. I'll give a few comments and then round 2 if anyone has anything else to add. I like both logos. I hear the feedback from my colleagues on each one, and it's hard for me to make a choice. I do like the anchor idea. But I think, so Council Chair Gertis early on said that if he saw the doormat and it said legacy business, he would be more likely to walk in. So if we changed this to an anchor symbol, would it still say legacy business, or would it be anchor? Because what I'm wondering, and the chair could respond if he wants to, thinking out loud here, if I saw the words anchor business, would I know what that meant? Legacy business is going to draw me closer to what this really is than anchor business. I wouldn't be sure what that meant. So if the chair wants to take a moment to respond to that, so we could do anchor, and at this moment, I cannot come up with the perfect name, but that's something I might do while I'm walking the dogs later on today and come up with something. But having it still say legacy business, but having the anchor. I mean, you picked a palm tree. Why can't we have an anchor? And it still says legacy business. It doesn't say palm business. So I think we could go with that. I think there's something there. So since the council chair brought it up and thought about the doormat.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I just think both words elicit something to be thought about. For me, obviously my lens for anchor is a couple of different things. One, obviously the water here in St. Petersburg, but also the stability of an anchor. And so it elicits a very similar response to me as legacy. I realize that may be me and not everybody else. But I certainly don't have an issue with it being an anchor logo with legacy business on there. I mean, you could tie the two together with. It doesn't have to be an or. It can be an and. Is really what I'm getting at. And so I don't have a vote, but I'm certainly, and I'm not sure that there will be a vote. I guess that's up to you. But I would certainly support either or of those. And so. I think what the point you bring up is well taken. And just quickly, I would say, that doesn't mean that also the Pelican could not be, somehow infused into that. The anchor has multiple places that the Pelican could be infused at the head of the anchor. And so I hear Councilmember Gibbons' feedback there. I will say my only point of liking the other one is I liked that it was a little bit separate, not so much like, I wanted it to be about the businesses, not so much about St. Petersburg. That's kind of where my head was at. But I certainly hear that feedback. So anyway, I appreciate the opportunity to respond. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks. And if I had to pick one today, it would be the one on the right because it does not look like a city seal, and it's a hex block. I mean,
yeah.
that's everything. So, I mean, it's just very St. Pete, and I can see that being very classy on a doormat. Yeah, there's a lot you could do with that. So I hope this feedback has been helpful, and I'll keep thinking about a name for the actual program. But I think the most important thing is that we begin, right? And it sounds like we've got some good consensus on that, at least. The nomination, so I just want to make sure I understand. So there will be like a nomination period that goes out. And through that, it says then someone from the city will contact that business and get some more information from them. So is that then the application? So we're nominating someone to apply.
Correct.
So by nominating, you kind of do, or they self-select that they are a legacy business. And so they'll nominate themselves. Then you send them the application and offer to walk them through it. So it's a two-step process to become part of the program, right?
That's correct, Chair. So the thought would be the application itself is what gets you into the program. The nomination is really twofold. One, it helps us with outreach. So ensuring that a business even knows this program exists. Well, if you've been nominated by one of your clients or constituents, it tells us to go out and make that connection. So it helps us in terms of kind of getting the program out there, making sure that the business community understands that this opportunity is there. It doesn't necessarily, because you're nominated, make you into the legacy business program, but it does trigger then that next step for us to reach out to them personally to say, you have been nominated, here is the application, and walk them through that process.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying that process. Depending on what kind of cost we're talking about here, another option could be to start light. If you could go with more than 30 to start with, and maybe in phase 1A can be getting the nominations, getting people into the program, and maybe getting everyone that window cling or that doormat. Then, maybe it turns out you can do 60 of those, Since we're not doing this on a rolling basis, right? You can kind of plan a little bit better.
Right.
Right, okay. So just thinking about some of the things that might allow us to start with a wider net. I really like Delray Beach's the social interview, sharing why they love Delray Beach and a ray of hope message for other businesses. So think in terms of not so much each business having their own spot, but having one or two different spots that showcase multiple businesses. We've done that with so many things, and marketing does that so well that I wanted to point that out. When you do networking events or maybe even seminars, things like that, some could be at the greenhouse, but also open it up for the legacy businesses who are members to host. That's kind of a nice thing. All right. And then the timeline. So first, it sounds like we want you to come back now that you've gotten our initial feedback. The next EWD committee meeting is going to be in July, and we're already pretty packed. So it could be August, if that feels good.
Absolutely.
But if you do have something in July and you think maybe it's so good that you only need 10 minutes, I'll give you 10 minutes in July, or as much time as you want in August.
Fair enough. We'll let you know.
All right, that sounds good. And I think that's all I have for now. I'm really excited about this. Councilmember Fig Sanders, I think you had another question?
I did a couple that I forgot. So we're going to start at 20 plus years only. That's the first phase of it.
That's our suggestion.
Okay.
We're certainly open to feedback and ideas.
Okay, I don't have a recommendation either way. I just wanted to make sure that I clarify that. Thank you for agreeing to provide the list of businesses in our area. I forgot to give my feedback on the logos. So initially, I ain't care for either one of them. But what I do like, well, initially I liked the concept one because of the pelican, but I really like concept two because of everything is distinct. Like 20 plus years, you see that it stands out by itself. The legacy build business, that's my recommendation, is legacy business. Because if I'm just new, we have a lot of visitors. I wouldn't know what an anchor is, but I know that pelican. I'm in St. Pete. I'm a tourist. So I do like the pelican concept, but I do like legacy too because of the water. I agree with we're a peninsula on a peninsula. So I kind of like a combination of both, and I like the gold color. I know you said gold, silver, whatever. But I'm not a fan of the hex. I'm not a fan of the shape. I did like the shape that Delray used. It wasn't a perfectly round one, but I do like the simplicity of the round recognizable seal. I know Councilmember Givens said signs, hated it. I don't want nothing else in people's yards.
Clutter.
Nah, I think the simple decal in windows is more cost efficient, more visibly appealing. There is no maintenance. You don't have to take it down, put it up, take it down, put it up. It's just right there in the window. But yeah, so that's on the logo. I like the round shape. I like number 2 instead of the tree that we do the pelican, and I like legacy because to me, anchor and legacy, anchor you have to do more thinking about what that means. Versus legacy means, okay, that's something great, that's something long-term, that's something, and that's just my initial feedback. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. So we've got an anchor legacy, we've got a pelican legacy, we've got a sea.
No, just the pelican.
I'm saying from the group as a whole. I'm doing a recap.
Okay.
And I'm thinking that Michael Flanagan is out there somewhere listening and taking notes.
He's emailing us.
Yeah, he's like these people. Oh my gosh. So, okay, good. So you guys are getting the idea. I can't wait to see round 2 of this part because it is kind of the fun part, and a lot of the stuff we do, let's face it, is not that much fun.
Right.
So,
right.
All right, Councilmember Fig Sanders, did you have any other questions?
No, I am good. Thank you.
Did you, Councilmember Givens?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just very quickly, I wanted to hit on Councilwoman Fig Sanders' point. You're right. After hurricane season and campaign season last year, we don't need more yard signs. And so thinking about that, I love her idea about the window decal. I'm thinking about some cities, when you go to restaurants, you see this restaurant is an A-rated restaurant, right? Well, this is a legacy business. So when I'm walking up to the door or to the window to see that does stand out in the decal. She's right, very little upkeep. I do love that idea. And then lastly, to your point, I'm thinking about this, and I really do think, Brian, that we need to give them different levels. So I like the idea of gold, silver, platinum, 20, 30, 50. I do like the ideas of levels because there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be mad because they missed out because they've been in existence longer. So I like starting it out at 20 and maybe capping it at 50 plus. I like that idea. Or does 20 plus include those businesses that have been around for 50? It would include them.
It would include them.
Okay, I do like the levels of the different colored seals or logos.
Yeah, I like that too.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else? All right, so did you have any questions for us? Anything you wanted to clarify from us before we close this discussion and you start working on these ideas and getting ready to bring something back.
I'd love to know your thoughts on the letters of support. Did you think that would be an effective?
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Oh, yes, and I'll share with you that when we were meeting about this, we talked about how we should give examples of what that letter of support should look like. And I think the only restriction would be that it be a non-relative. So it could be an employee, it could be a customer, it could be a vendor, it could be a neighbor. Any issue with that? Because I think we have to help. The more that we help people understand, it's not about creating restrictions. I think a non-relative just kind of makes sense, but just giving people some direction. I know when I get something, I'm like, what are they looking for? So I want to be helpful in that way.
Quick
Yes.
question: how would we know that they aren't a relative? Because you have husband and wives that don't have the same last name. So how will we be able to determine that it's not a relative?
Excellent point. Thank you, Vice Chair. One we will
Maybe
take that under consideration and get back to you.
maybe in the application, they check a box that say, I've attached 2 letters of support from non-relatives. So they're self-reporting.
Attestation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take it easy by my wife's super proud of me, I hope. Do that the other way. I'm super proud of my wife. What do we care if I nominate her?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's what I was getting to. Can we ask, the relationship or how,
Oh, it could be, or it could just be, relationship.
That's it.
Okay. And then when we have, Councilmember Givens, did you have any other?
Yes, I was just going to say what
Yes.
Councilmember
Go ahead.
Sanders said, and then I was also going to ask, can they self-nominate?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And I think that's it, unless anyone has anything else. All right. Thank you so much. You're helping. The storytelling part is my favorite part, and it kind of brings me back to the whole reason that we're doing this. We want these longstanding businesses. We want to help them. We want to help preserve them, and we want them to be able to say, our story is St. Pete's story. And that's the path that you're on right now, and I'm grateful for that. All right. Thank you, everyone. That is all we had for our agenda today. Our next meeting for Economic and Workforce Development Committee is July 24th, 2025, where we will have a riveting conversation about the creation of a dedicated fund to directly assist local artists and arts organizations that directly benefit local artists. If there is no other business for the committee, we stand adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
standing right now, where baseball legends played. Huggins Stengel Field hosted the New York Yankees spring training sessions with players like Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, and Joe DiMaggio, all the way back in 1925. This baseball field is located in what I consider one of the city's best parks, Crescent Lake Park, a 56-acre city park featuring the natural Crescent Lake, home to an incredible amount of wildlife. And of course, one of the city's most recognizable landmarks resides in Crescent Lake neighborhood, the Water Tower. Standing above the treetops at 110 feet tall, the tower features local artist Tom Stovall's mural and plays host to a pandemonium of green monk parrots. One of the best parts of District 4 are the many unique neighborhoods with their diverse architecture and residents that call this district home. Historical Northeast, Greater Woodlawn, Euclid St. Paul, and Crescent Lake and Crescent Heights are just a few of the great neighborhoods that represent the area. Our numerous parks allow our neighborhoods to enjoy casual waterfront strolls, swimming laps in the pool, play a few games, and a moment to reflect while taking in the nature that surrounds our city. Speaking of nature that surrounds you, tucked away in District 4 is a true tropical oasis, right along 4th Street North. Sunken Gardens is considered St. Pete's oldest living museum and has been around for more than 100 years. Meandering paths guide visitors through a living collection of more than 50,000 tropical plants and flowers. And don't forget about the flock of flamingos. There's really no shortage of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses to enjoy while you spend a little time in District 4.
Hey, that's my house, and this is my ASMR video about water conservation. I use water wisely. Ever have a drippy sink? You should fix it to not waste water, and also not to go crazy with that dripping noise. Look there, that's my automatic shut-off hose attachment. Super water conservative. Even when nature calls, I call nature and I say, "Hi, I'm conserving water with my high-efficiency tank." Okay, bye. Oh, hey, that's me. Just using my high-efficiency washer. Just listen to the sounds of water being conserved. Go to this website to learn more, St. Pete, and do what you can for water conservation.
I was really blessed to grow up in a multi-generational family. So my mother and both of my grandmothers were very influential in my life. They were women who were very family-oriented. That commitment extended to the larger community, and that created a very secure and safe environment for me to grow up in.
Most of us growing up in the 80s were latchkey kids. When I started going home after school, Alone was the very first Oprah Winfrey show. And I really looked up to Oprah in the way she was able to talk to people and learn about lives that were things that maybe I didn't see in my own community. Back in small town Louisiana, opened up a whole new world to me.
My childhood was full of family, so my role models were my immediate and extended family members. And while many of them are no longer physically here with us, I still have all of their teachings, the lessons, the love for family, the hard work ethic, laughter and talking that applies to my life now, that I hope my daughters will carry into their lives and hopefully eventually their families.
My mother is definitely the strongest role model in my life. She was the instrumental person in getting us out of Cuba. She taught me the importance of being independent, being resilient, And also, as a working mom, she taught me that you could balance a career, family, and God.
I am very hopeful about the future of women leaders in St. Pete. It's very promising.
Already, we have women in management positions and in leadership positions.
We have women in some of the places that we've been wanting to be for decades.
There's lots of women in every single role in the city, whether it's police officers, firefighters, and leadership.
The one thing that I love about the female leadership that's in place is that they are making a path for other women to follow.
But we also have a lot of work to do because I think we can diversify that pool of women still.
You have to have people of all walks of life. Everyone brings something different to the table, and it's important to hear all of those perspectives in order to find something that works best for everyone. After all, we're representing a very diverse, very large city now.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor women in your life.
This month and every month.
My name is Catherine Washington, and I'm the first Black female firefighter for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, and I'm very proud to be that and hold that title. A trailblazer is a person, and they go out and they do something that is mostly done by one gender, and they pierce that and they make something out of it that redistributed what people think of each other. I always wanted to kind of do what I call dangerous work. Something that somebody else didn't want to do, you know. So when my sister said, hey, they hired us, I said, I want to go for the fire department. And I went. In this world, for me to be a firefighter, it was the most unique thing that I could ever think to be. Me being in the Army Reserve gave me a step up to think I could do way more things. I could lift the weights, I could come out of the building out of a window just like the man did, and that gave me the chance to do it. We used to have the Martin Luther King parade. One time, I didn't want to be in the parade, I wanted to see the parade. Well, I had these 3 African-American older females that I knew knock on my door and say to me, you do not miss another parade as long as you're on this department, because we have young girls out here who need to see you and know that they can aspire to be what you are. So don't be standing over here in the crowd with us. You be out there walking with them fellas. If I could say something to kids who think they can't aspire to be this because they have problems and they think those problems hold them down, don't let what you think you hold you back. Aspire to be what you want to be in spite of that. And then you can see yourself being somebody else.
morning. We'll call to order the May 29, 2025 Budget, Finance, and Taxation Committee. Let's do a roll call, please.
Curtis.
Here.
Hanowitz.
Here.
Big Sanders.
Here.
Gabbard. Hardy.
Here.
Okay. We've got an agenda in front of us. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We've got minutes from May 8th, 2025. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Okay, we got a packed agenda, so we'll move right into it. Our first item for today for new business is a discussion adding the Woodlawn Park Courts redesign to the Weeki Wachi project list. And before I turn it over to Mike Jeffries and Barbara Stahlberg, I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you, Chair. Well, this is an item that was brought up a while ago at one of our meetings, and it's taken a few years to get this here today. But I have to commend Mike Jeffries and Barb. They've done a fantastic job on this item. The reason that this came up is because we have a lot of parks that have a lot of demand on our pickleball courts. And in looking at some areas where we can actually use underutilized park area, and there's not a lot of underutilized park area in our city, Woodlawn Courts came up. And when I started looking at it, one of the issues that came up was the fact that those are leased to the school next door. Woodlawn does not have any parkland, so their playground is actually the city's, and we lease it to them. And there was a referendum many, many years ago. So when looking at that area, which, by the way, has not been improved for decades, if those that are not familiar beside the area beside Woodlawn Elementary, we pulled the lease, and after reviewing it with legal, there were things that we could do as a city and use those courts that are leased to the school and still can be used by the city. And there have been many discussions that Mike has had, and he's done a great job with Pinellas County Schools, the principal, Luke Williams, and everyone there who are very excited at the possibility of having this partnership that's going to provide better facilities both for the school and for our public, and actually open up an area to the public that really has not been used. So with that said, I will turn it over to Mike and Barb.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, and thank you for that intro. That was very well done. You took a lot of the material I was going to use. So thank you for that. This is a project that we've been working on for a while, and each of you know how important recreational opportunities are to our citizens and our visitors, and each of you have supported and advocated for those on the regular, and we thank you for that. Obviously, pickleball is a sport that is growing and is extremely popular right now. We have transitioned as many tennis courts as we think is appropriate to kind of balance that sweet spot between tennis and pickleball, because we want to make sure that we're creating opportunities for everyone, regardless of the sport that they're looking to partake in. So again, as Councilmember Hanowitz mentioned, we've met on site a couple of times. Those of you that know Councilmember Hanowitz, you can know that she can be a little persuasive at times, and she definitely is very excited about this project, as are we. We met on site, we looked at the lease, we met with legal, we chatted about some of the nuances in the lease, and we really wanted to make sure that we had something that would be usable by our residents and usable by the school and the school board. One of the names that Councilmember Hanowitz didn't mention is Clint Herbick. I met with Clint Herbick, chatted with him, kind of went over the 50,000-foot view of what we were contemplating. He gave us the thumbs up to move forward. Met with Luke Williams, the police chief for the school board, and he is very excited. Obviously had some thoughts about how do we segregate between public and school use, and we've got that baked into the project as well. So again, I think we've done our due diligence as we've moved through this project, and we've come up with something that everybody is very excited about. Happy to report that the current principal, Vicki Graham, out at Woodlawn, actually worked for me. So she has worked for Parks and Rec throughout the years.
Started in Parks.
I was hoping somebody would jump in and say it. Didn't want to do that myself, and then get barbed for that later on. But
and Rec.
According to Rick.
And Rec.
According to Rick, yes. But nevertheless, we met with Principal Graham, and we kind of gave her some different options. She met with her staff. I'm happy to report that we have been able to include all of their asks in this design as well. So you'll see there's a shade structure that will be used by the school students during the day. So it's really exciting. We were able to kind of make a very usable space for the children of Woodlawn that will then be available to citizens and visitors after hours. A couple of things that we should discuss right out of the gate. We have several amenities that are already there on the property. This property is just to the south of Woodlawn Elementary. And as Councilmember Hanowitz mentioned, the school really has no green space whatsoever. So they use our fields, they use the area that we're going to be talking about today, all for PE, all for recess. And we have been able to work through a design that will keep the integrity of their security system as we go through the process. A couple of other things that I think are important to discuss with pickleball. We have been on the cutting edge of pickleball, and we have put pickleball in all areas of the city. And we have found that there are some areas that are overused as far as pickleball goes. What we're contemplating and what we're hoping that this facility will become is a facility that can really be used for tournaments, can be used for larger gatherings of pickleball activity. So we're really kind of hoping this takes some of the pressure off of some of our neighborhood parks. So I think that's an important component. We get complaints at some of the neighborhood pickleball courts that they're overused, and that we think this will take some of the pressure off. We do think that based on the location that there are no residential properties that are nearby, so we think that will be a very positive thing as well. So we really, I have to give credit to Councilmember Hanowitz. This really is a great idea, and it's an exciting idea where you take something that we already have in place and we just improve it, we polish it, we make it better. One of the things that, and we'll get into a budget, but one of the things that we did discover is that the tennis courts that are there now, they are damaged from some of the roots that are in the area. So throughout the years, these tennis courts are extremely old. Throughout the years, there's been some cracking. We've been maintaining them, but we want to make sure that the foundation is correct as we build new pickleball courts and move forward with this project, should you approve it. Right now, currently, and we'll bounce back to this, but right now there are 4 tennis courts at this location, a basketball court, a practice wall, and a racquetball facility as well. What we are proposing, and I'll go over the footprint to show you exactly where everything lands, but what we're proposing is a listing of 2 tennis courts, a multi-purpose court with shade structure for the school to use, basketball courts, 6 pickleball courts, a practice wall, and an improved racquetball facility as well. So I think that's very, very exciting. If you'll bounce back to the footprint picture. So basically what we have here is we've got an area of courts, and I don't know, do we have a laser pointer, or I didn't bring, I'll stand by the picture then.
Old school.
Go be Vanna White.
Exactly. So what we've got here is we've got the existing tennis courts that are here. What our plan would be, we would like to resurface all of these courts. We'd like to resurface and reconfigure these courts. In the middle, and I'll answer this right out of the gate, here in the middle we're looking to put a concrete wall that will really help with the sound deadening so that the children aren't disturbed during the school day. This wall is going to be 10 foot high. So we did some research. We found that obviously orientation of the courts, material that's used as far as any wall material that's built. And so that's why we're proposing a concrete wall that's 10 foot tall here. We're looking to orient the courts long ways here so that they are going in the opposite direction of where the school's at. We're kind of following the best practices that we have found as far as pickleball goes. The way that it's currently set up, we have the racquetball facility here. We have a practice wall, and I assume everybody knows what that is. So a practice wall is, you know, if you're playing tennis or pickleball and you are solo, you can play off that wall. So we'll improve that. We're going to resurface all of the concrete that's here in the entire footprint. We would expand the pickleball to go a little closer to the walkway here. We're looking to get 6 pickleball courts here in the lower quadrant. We're looking to have 2 tennis courts that are here, the multi-purpose court, and then basketball court as well. So the shade structure would be right here as far as the facility goes. Again, when we met with the personnel at the school, the principal and the head of PE, they really utilized the basketball court, they utilized the tennis courts, the multi-purpose courts. The shade was the biggest thing they were focused on. Now here's one of the components that really kind of excited us, and Councilmember Hanowitz, this is another one of her babies, and I think it's a great idea. We are looking to do everything we can for the students of Woodlawn, and we want to create opportunities for success. And what the vision is that this pickleball facility can be used by the principal, by the teacher, and again, they'll have to develop that, but it'll be something to the effect of, if you have good attendance, good behavior, you get some free time out on the pickleball courts, you get to learn a new sport. We've even said that we would be, happy to provide pickleball equipment to the school, just something to kind of dangle that carrot, to kind of motivate the kids to perform and to be engaged. And as Councilmember Hanowitz pointed out, St. Pete High has a pickleball team as well. So we really see this as a potential feeder, introducing students to a new sport, a lifelong sport, and something that will motivate them and kind of get them excited about being at school and being part of that organization, that citizenship, if you will. A couple other things that we'll go over, and then we'll take questions and answer any questions that you might have at the end. We do have an estimate for you. There's a lot of work to be done. So while we are using an existing footprint, there's a lot of concrete, a lot of groundwork that will take place. The total for the project is $1.16 million. This includes the block wall for the noise abatement. It includes the demolition of the old courts and the build of the new pickleball courts, the 10-foot fencing around the perimeter, new LED lighting for the courts. Again, that's an improvement for both our evening and weekend users. We will also resurface the basketball, the multi-purpose school courts. We'll rebuild the east tennis courts, resurface the west tennis courts, and add that shade structure that we've talked about a couple of times now. A very exciting project. We, again, have met with the principal a couple of times. She also has been able to squeak some mentors out of my staff while we've been meeting with her. So she's seizing the opportunity. Principal Graham is just a fantastic leader. If you haven't had the opportunity to meet her, she's an amazing human. We met with them. There are some concerns that, or there were some concerns with the safety component. Again, with the wall and then being able to lock the fence. Our vision is that, and if you go back to the footprint again, our vision is that the basketball courts, everything north of that 10-foot wall would be part of the school property and would be secured and would be safe during the day. During the evenings and on the weekends, it would be unlocked and available to the public. Again, the north of the wall. Everything south of the wall would be available just as it is now during the day and available during the school day. If the PE teachers wanted to use the pickleball courts, they would coordinate that with us, and we would be able to take those offline and let the students use those during the day, but that would come with notification to our users and something that we would navigate. Again, most of what I just explained to you is already happening now. That school is a fantastic partner when it comes to locking and unlocking the facility, making sure that it's available at night and on the weekends, so we don't anticipate any problems with that. Barb, anything I missed?
No, I think you covered it well.
We are very excited about this. We think this is another great opportunity to show a great partnership between two taxing authorities, the school board and the city. I think we've heard over and over again with the joint use playgrounds and some of the different facilities we have on joint use property that the public really doesn't care who owns the land. They just want it to be available and they want to be able to use it. And I think this really is the best of both worlds. So happy to entertain any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mike, for that great overview. I just want to add a couple of things in terms of the school. I've been a mentor there. Actually, my mentee now is in high school, so I mentored there when she was in elementary school. And it's a Title I school. I mean, it's been a transformation zone school. It's 79% minority students. And I will tell you, like
they need as much as they can in terms of facilities and help. And so the idea, and I know, Mike, you give me some of the credit, but the Carrot for the Kids and all that, that was definitely a joint effort in terms of you all and the school and thinking how this could be something great for the kids. And the other thing I want to say is there's parking and there's bathrooms there, which is a huge issue for people that use these facilities. And the Police Athletic League, where children go after school, is across from this also. So if you haven't driven around there and haven't seen this park, you should see it. But it's in dire need of some of this work. So I just wanted to add those things to give it a little bit more context.
And I'm so glad you said that. That was on my list, and I missed it. This is a heavily used facility for softball and some other tournaments that go on. Our athletics team feels that they can navigate that and that they can make sure that we don't have dueling tournaments going on at the same time so that we don't create a parking issue. The cars that you see at the very bottom of the screen, those are most likely staff parking that we utilize for what we call the warehouse, which is right there behind Woodlawn. We're looking to move that parking or those vehicles to a lot that's a little further south. It's contiguous, but then that would open that up to the public that would be coming to use pickleball. So great points. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you. So I was trying to get my bearings. Thanks, Mike, for that. So that parking lot is the one that you generally park if we're coming to the Parks and Recs building, right?
No, so this is the parking lot that would be in between, let's say, Powell and Woodlawn. So off of 16th Street. So 16th Street is over here to the far right. And so that, where you see the cars parked, that's a kind of a little roadway parking in between Powell and the Woodlawn Elementary.
Okay, I'm just trying to get my bearings on that. But thank you for this. This is a great idea, and I do appreciate the fact that we're taking the children into accountability. So, you know, we've had conversations over the last 2 or 3 years about skaters.
Yes.
Would that be suffice for the multi-purpose area?
No, we definitely, we don't think there's enough room to do that safely, and so we still have that on our list, and we're still looking for land for that. We don't think that this would be a good option for outdoor roller skating.
Skating, okay. And when you say the shade appropriate, so we're going to see a roof, some type of...
So there'll be a fabric cantilever roof that will come off of the courts that will cover about 50% of the tennis court to the left.
Okay, so that's why we're taking it down to 2 instead of the 4.
Yes.
Okay.
So that'll be the multi-purpose basketball, and then the other 2 will be the 2 tennis courts.
With the top. Okay, good. Thank you. Oh, last question. I have on here age appropriate. So when the school actually looked at redoing this, were there any ideas that maybe they came up with, because these are elementary age students, that they would have liked but didn't think budgetarily that we could afford? Did they have another wish list?
I'm told that we've included everything that they requested.
Okay.
Again, I think there's always more options than there are resources. I'm not aware of anything that we weren't able to incorporate into this plan.
They wanted. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Love this park and the partnership with the school. The park reminds me of once upon a time when I played in the co-ed kickball league.
Yes.
And I promise it was just water in those red Solo cups.
Oh boy. I know nothing of what you speak.
And just to see a park not only super active for the city as a whole, but having this strong partnership with the school and having so many activities available to the children, that means a lot to me. And I'm very happy that Luke Williams was involved. The concrete wall, I was wondering how tall that was going to be, because like him, I'm thinking septet, I'm thinking security, but we do want to use it for sound.
Yes. So it's going to be 10 foot tall, the concrete wall. And because the north portion of that property is going to be locked off during the day for school, we don't think it creates a septet issue for that. We do feel like during the evening and at night that because both ends are open, so you have all the folks that are at the softball field, anybody driving down 16th will be able to look right through and see. So we don't think there's a septet issue as far as that wall, because it is just a singular wall, no sides.
Okay. Okay, good.
The other thing that I will say, and I think that this is something you've heard me say in the past, we know that appropriate parks users push out inappropriate parks users, and we think that by activating a park with new activity, the best thing for my teams and for the police department is to have a park that's well utilized and folks are there, that it's hopping, because people that are going to do or looking to do inappropriate things don't want to be around anybody else. So it really, that has always been a positive when we add amenities like this to an already busy park.
Okay, thanks. As far as the funding, you're not Tom.
So,
but you play him on TV and occasionally in council committee
so I
meetings.
actually have that information as well.
So you probably know what I'm going to ask.
The balance of
Yes,
the Wiki
sir.
So I did get with finance. Tom Hoffman provided me a report on that.
Other Tom.
And there is currently 3.5 million in the available funds for WikiWatchy.
Does that include the Science Center money that is?
It's already been allocated. Science Center's already been allocated.
Okay. So we have 3.5.
Correct.
All of the projects, the land that we just purchased over at Salt Creek, Purrier Park, all the money that's remaining for Harbordale to improve, that's
All
all.
of that's out.
Yes, so this 3.5 is
The real
unallocated, unencumbered, unassigned.
That's great.
I predicted that somebody would ask that question, so wanted to make sure we had that.
Yeah.
In the absence of Mr. Green.
And aren't you glad he had the info? Aren't you glad he had the info already?
Oh, yeah, Mike's on top of it. I have no worries.
Oh,
That's not what you tell me during our one-on-ones.
well, those are all the questions I have. I just want to thank you for the work you're doing on this. It's great for the school. These are the kinds of partnerships we're always so proud of. And thank you, Vice Chair Hanowitz, for working on this, bringing this forward, and being a real champion, not just for the city, but for the children.
And
Thank you, Chair.
I do have to say, to add on to that while we have talked to all of the school personnel that I mentioned, once you all, assuming you approve this project, again, WikiWatchy is a little strange. It's, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? And so we didn't want to do a lot of design until we knew that this would be something that we'd get thumbs up on. And so once we get that thumbs up, we'll go more into a design phase. We then share that with the school. We'll get more of the official sign off and more of the official approvals on that as well. So just wanted to kind of share that piece.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Mike, a little bit off topic, but innovation-wise, you and Barb and the team came up with this, and just wonder if you've given a thought to what is next, right? You have the only highlight court in the country. You have keep going as far as you want to, and pickleball seems to be all the rage right now. But is there any thought to, from my day and age, Foursquare needs to make a resurgence at some point.
Yes.
But what else do we do as you innovate through these? What else is on the board, or what else are you thinking about?
I'm happy that you asked this question. So again, we are an accredited agency, and one of the requirements for being an accredited agency is that we have a trends committee. That what they do on a quarterly basis, they review all of our professional magazines, all professional media outlets, and we are looking for that next thing that could be coming our way. And actually, that's how we found pickleball. And I'll remind everybody that we have more pickleball. We're number 2 in the country for pickleball per capita, just under Seattle, which is where the sport was invented. So it's one of those things where we've got a team that just scours through. They bring them to management. We look at them and kind of decide, is this something we're going to get our toe wet, or are we going to get the whole foot wet? What are we going to do on this? And I'll give you some idea of how forward thinking. So just one example. So when we look at JWK, we look at the Northwest pool. If you ever notice the way that pool is built, when we built those bathrooms, so aquatics has changed significantly over the decades. What we find now is that people don't shower as they're leaving to go home. They just dry off, they jump in their car. So huge locker rooms are no longer a needed thing if you don't have, sports teams. So when we built the bathhouse and the restrooms out at Northwest, if you can visualize them, we actually built them so that in the future we are plumbed and ready to do a lazy river through that quadrant of Northwest Park. So again, we don't have funding for that right now, but we wanted to make sure that we're being as forward-thinking as we can possibly be in our design, our implementation, and our Trends Committee review.
So can we go from it all starts in parks to parks leads the way?
Oh boy.
You're gonna get my tires slapped.
I was thinking about that.
Okay. All right, we got a lot on the agenda, people. All right, so I need a motion, yeah.
No,
Move approval.
Okay, because I was going
Oh.
to motion.
All right.
That's why I was asking.
Oh, okay.
We got a motion.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
We appreciate your support as usual. Thank you.
Step 2 of 12. Okay. It is.
Yeah.
Literally and figuratively.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great job. Okay, we're going to move into a discussion regarding a potential child care benefit for the City of St. Petersburg employees. And we are joined by Chris Guella, our Human Resources Director, and Colin Ahrens, Director of Client Services for Bright Horizons. Chris, I'm going to, Councilmember Driscoll, this was your item, I believe. I'll turn it over to you before we go to Chris.
Thank you, and thank you for adding this to today's agenda. With this new business item, I ask that we have a discussion on establishing a child care benefit for city employees. We all know that the cost of child care is one of the biggest bills facing families today, and that includes our city employees. I thought, what if we were able to help out with that? You know, the cost of living is going up, and we can only increase wages so much. And we are in a, again, we're in a tight budget year, but how do we help the families within our City of St. Pete family with the cost of taking care of their loved ones? So I worked with Chris Guella on some initial numbers on what we thought it might cost if we were to do full coverage for childcare for City of St. Pete employees. And of course, that is a pretty big number. And as I mentioned in our previous committee meeting, looking at a lean budget year, I broke this down into a short-term goal and a long-term goal. So I would like it to remain a long-term goal for us to find a way to help, if not totally cover, childcare for our city employees. But for today, in the short term, we discovered the idea of backup care. I was connected with Colin from Bright Horizons to have an initial discussion on what a child care benefit could look like, and he told me about backup care as a start. And Chris and I talked about it, and we liked the idea. That's what we're going to present to you today. This would be, well, I'll let them, I'm not going to give the presentation before the presentation, but this is something that I think could actually be a great start and allow us to start having conversations with our city employees who use the benefit or would use a child care benefit to find out more about exactly what would help to meet their needs and what really would make a difference. The benefit of this really means that, on the city side is productivity. And, someone can pick up an extra shift if they have backup childcare. Someone can, work and be a little bit less stressed because we're helping them pay for the childcare. The list goes on and on. We'll get to that. For now, I want to introduce you to, of course, Chris, who you know, and Colin Ahrens from Bright Horizons. And thank you for working with us on getting us this far, and welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Council Member. In the interest of time, I'm going to get moving on this. Just to step back a little and show you how we got here. When we first started having these discussions, we looked really at sort of the traditional daycare model. Does the city have the facilities? Could we open up our own? And just talking with Mike Jeffries and others involved, really just a major undertaking that would cost millions and millions. We don't have the facilities, the appropriate space, there's state regulations, there's compliance issues, there's so many things, and the cost concerns, the biggest, that were impediments to this. And just looking at how many employees might be, this could even be available to, we were limited on the ages that we could even work with just because of the cost concerns. So just running some numbers, we have approximately 270 children under the age of 3 and 380 under the age of 5. However, that leaves out many who could still take advantage of a daycare program from ages 6 to 12, 13, 14, whatever parents are even comfortable with. So that idea didn't get a whole lot of traction. So then that led us to considering maybe a subsidy, and we kind of modeled that after our current rental assistance program. So just using the numbers again for the children that are under 3 and under 5, I ran some numbers, and the average cost of daycare in the area is approximately $250 per week per child. So that was a number to start with, what parents are facing. So we looked at the rental assistance program. The maximum salary for eligibility is $66,900. So that limits us to about 1/3 of those children that are under those ages. So anywhere from 90 to 125 children is all we would be able to accommodate. And even if we provided a subsidy of up to $500 per month, that's still $50,000. But what really struck me on that is the inequity that creates. We're only able to accommodate children maybe as high as age 5, and then limiting on the salary, that just leaves out a whole lot of parents and a whole lot of employees that could enjoy this. So luckily, when just about the time we were hitting that obstacle, Councilmember Driscoll and Aaron connected, and we came up then with the backup.
Hey, Chris, real quick.
Yeah.
Will you go back a slide?
Yep.
Providing a subsidy of up to $500 per month is approximately $50,000 annually. You're going to have to walk me through that again.
Yeah, that is just using an average of only about 100 children being available because of all the limitations at the top. Under age 3, under age 5, somewhere in the middle.
$500 per month for 100 kids is $500,000, not 50.
Yep, sorry.
That's what he's getting at.
Thank you.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Which we
Zero
don't
So
have.
we're right.
Which we don't have.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it's like,
Yeah.
because your math, we should pick that one.
Yeah. Right.
I'm all in.
I just want to make sure. Okay. I thought that's what we were getting at, and we were just missing a zero because okay, thank you.
That's
Just
why
want to
I'm
make
in
sure.
HR.
That's all right. Okay. Except you cut all the paychecks, so let's make sure we get the zeros correctly.
All right.
We'll take that.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Chris. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure.
No, you're spot on. All right, so at this point, I'm going to turn it over then to Aaron so he can go through Bright Horizons programs.
And thank you, Councilmember Driscoll, for inviting me to speak on behalf of Bright Horizons and a benefit that really helps employees with their family members and their well-being. So I want to make a brief connection to childcare disruptions and workforce productivity and employee well-being. So on the screen, on this slide, you can see 8.7% of all payroll costs are tied to absenteeism. Not all absenteeism is due to childcare disruptions, but KPMG released a study last year stating that, or estimating, up to 1.4 billion, with a B, work hours are lost annually due to just childcare disruptions. So there are two parties, on either end of that spectrum that are affected by childcare disruptions. Workforces, those payroll costs, they're paying those dollars to people who are ultimately not at work. They are absent from work, but employees are still shelling out dollars for those employees to keep them on board. And then on the other side of that spectrum, parents trying to scramble, number one, the emotional stress of trying to find a caregiver within your personal network, calling around, spending hours, trying to find someone to fill that gap for that day, or calling out of work, maybe missing a shift, and missing, in the short term, money that could provide for your family, essentially. So backup care was born to solve those two problems from an employee well-being perspective and a workforce productivity perspective. In 2024, Bright Horizons delivered 1.7 million days of backup care. We have almost 1,500 clients globally. So clearly there is a use case from the business perspective and then helping employees with their own well-being to provide the backup care program. So Chris, if you want to hit the next slide. What is backup care? What's this program all about? So essentially, when care emergencies arise, you can use the Bright Horizons network of curated, vetted caregivers to fill the gaps, and your employer pays for the cost of the care for the days that you use the backup care program. Now, this is not a total replacement for full-time care. This is a substitute in those emergency situations. So employees are limited to 15 days of backup care every year. But again, when those inevitable disruptions come up, if you're a parent or a caregiver for senior elderly loved ones, these things happen all the time. I myself, I'm a father of two. I have a 4-year-old, a 2-year-old. We have our regular care scheduled. My mother-in-law watches our kids for half the day while they go to a preschool program in the morning. I'll tell you, in January 2025, there wasn't a full week where our regular plans worked out. My mother-in-law was sick, my kids were sick, school closed, and I kid you not, because the winds the next day were supposed to blow too hard. So you can clearly see that there's a need for backup care. So more about how it works. So Bright Horizons has curated a network of child care centers, which includes Bright Horizon centers, as well as partner child care centers all across the country, and you'll see later in the Tampa-St. Pete area. These child care centers are open typical child care center hours, so 7:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. They serve children 0 to 5 years of age. There are also camp and child care center locations that offer care for up to 12 years of age. So that's child care. We also have an in-home care portion of the backup care network. It's available 24/7. So if you have city employees that work early shifts, late shifts, in-home care is probably a better avenue for them. And it sounds like what it is. Bright Horizons, again, has curated, vetted, and invited in-home care agencies into this network. And your employees can call and make an in-home care reservation or make a reservation online. And in-home care is available, like I said, 24/7. That's another point. So the reservation process is open 24/7 as well. I mentioned we have a mobile app folks can use to procure a backup care option. There's a website, and there's a 24/7 call center. Open around the clock. So as soon as you get the note or the heads up that your care option has fallen through, you can call Bright Horizons, one number, and start on a reservation. Chris? So I mentioned 1.7 million days of backup care delivered in 2024. And I bring that number up again because 86% of users report that they would have missed a day of work if it were not for the backup care program. So that's 1.4 million actual days of work that were saved among how employees feel about their productivity, their stress, and how committed that they are to their employer. All great numbers. And again, these are surveys from backup care users talking about backup care enhances their productivity, makes them feel more committed to their employer, and reduces the amount of stress that they encounter. Chris, next slide, please. Great, so this is an aerial view of our backup care network within 35 miles of St. Petersburg using, I think, City Hall as the central nexus. We have 4 Bright Horizon centers, 20 network, so those are the partner child care centers, and 6 in-home caregiver agencies. In-home caregivers can care for children 0 through 12, also available for all ages, so older children maybe with special needs or adults and elderly loved ones. We do have coverage in Bradenton, Sarasota, and Siesta Key through our network. We also have a platform called sittercity.com, which pairs your employees with local caregivers of all stripes. So babysitters, nannies, elder care companions, special needs caregivers. We curate our network of child care centers and in-home care agencies. Sittercity.com is there on the back end. If we do not have a network option available, but your employees still want to use the backup care program, they can then choose a caregiver from sittercity.com or input their own caregiver who will have to sign up through sittercity.com to be able to provide care through the backup care program. Go ahead. Next slide. Awesome. So this is the pricing slide, and we've come up with an estimate for how many uses that the city of St. Pete will need on an annual basis based on our government clients who have a similar number of employees and our historic partnership with those government clients. So for 3,850 employees on an annual basis, we are estimating that the city of St. Pete will need 115 backup care uses for $41,700. And what that includes is 15 days of backup care for each employee. Now, employees do pay a copay when they use care. You are covering most of the cost, but to have some skin in the game for employees so they can't cancel last minute, because these are actual resources we need to kind of disperse elsewhere if they're not using them. There's a copay of $10 per child per day at a child care center. For 2 or more children using a child care center, it is $15 per day, and that's the whole day. If the center's open 11 and a half hours, that's that one copay for that entire 11 and a half hour stretch. In-home care is a bit different. We do charge a copay by the hour. The copay is $6 per hour, but an in-home caregiver can care for up to 3 children or dependents in one location. So if an employee has 2 or 3 kids, they would still just pay that $6 per hour copay. And a maximum day of in-home care is 10 hours. Great. So actually, I'll get to that later. We have some optional care types that I'll speak to later. So we also offer a family supports marketplace. So backup care is the emergency support. On the back end, there are ongoing caregiving and education resources. We have curated some partners within this marketplace. They also bolster our backup care network. So we offer 10% child care tuition discounts to partner child care locations. We offer a free membership to sittercity.com through this marketplace. We offer ongoing tutoring discounts as well as a self-guided elder care referrals, assessments, and resources. So that line item is $15,400. There's a one-time implementation fee for just launching the program of $5,000. So the estimated total in year 1 is $62,100. So much less than the $500,000 that we've already discussed for full-time subsidies. Please. And then the last point I want to make is, Bright Horizons started 40 years ago, 1986, as a child care center operator. We've evolved since then, always staying close to our employer partners. We were an employer-sponsored child care center provider. Because of that relationship and our business model, we've evolved to include backup care, and we now have services and benefits that span every employee life stage. So for parents with older children, we offer tutoring through backup care. That's an optional care type we can include in backup care. I was talking to Chris. Chris has dogs. We can include pet care through the backup care program. We also have a really hands-on concierge elder care service We pair your employees with a care coach. If they're going through the senior care planning and management for a loved one, that care coach is there with them every step of the way, can give them financial advice, can schedule an in-home assessment for their loved one, recommending maybe equipment they need or the type of care that they need, developing a care plan in consortium with your employees. Great, and again, just appreciate the time and the committee's attention to wanting to help your employees in this way.
Great. Thank you very much. Quickly, before we go into discussion, this is probably for Councilmember Driscoll and Administrator Gertis, and also knowing that we all have to be places not too far from now. What are you looking for an outcome today? Is this just a discussion? Are you looking to move it? I guess that's my...
I'm open to either one because
Okay.
this is such a small amount to get this started. If the committee were to signal support for this, there are a couple of ways that it could happen. And this is our first time talking about it as a group. So there could be lots of questions and some more detail that needs to be brought back here, and then a decision would be made by the committee whether or not to support this. This is an amount that's under $100,000, and so it doesn't have to go to City Council. It could be a resolution if that's what you all want. I'm
Okay.
open to anything. I just
wanted to make sure I checked first.
the feedback. Yeah. So what I'm asking for today is feedback and some direction for Chris and Colin on how to move forward.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I would just say for the sake of time, we're thankful for the discussion today. We agree. We've been working on a lot of things together over the last several years, whether it's paternity leave or the housing stipend. This is kind of a new frontier that does need to be discussed. There is a need for it with employees. We think this is a good first step solution. So if there's general support from the committee, we can work together to kind of get this in a more detailed shape and bring it back to committee for kind of a blessing and further discussion if that works time-wise.
Great. All right.
And if I could, another option would be, rather than get all the questions out here, maybe some initial discussion, and then they could follow up with Zooms with each person one-on-one to find out more about where they're at.
That was going to be my suggestion just because of where we are today. I mean, I want to hear general feelings from everybody, and if there's a few questions, but again, I want to be cognizant of everybody's time too.
Right.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. So, Councilmember Gabbard.
So I'm going to try to keep this
I know,
very
sorry.
brief because of time. And quite frankly, I do think that because of the ask and the fact that this is employee benefit, a lot of this, I think, does fall to administration and lives within your wheelhouse, Chris. But I did have a couple of kind of formality questions. So have we surveyed our employees recently about these particular types of services that are listed on here to see how often they feel as though they would use these? I mean, there's a lot here. There's elder care, which I think also, from someone who has both, had a small child, but also taken care of an elderly grandparent until they passed, there's a lot of need on both sides of that spectrum. And so I would just like to know what the surveying of our employees are to make sure that we are really covering the basis. With that, I do want to say, though, for my personal plan, I marked through pet care, so please do not include pet care as a eligible expense. But as far as taking care of our loved ones, I certainly would like to know what the temperature of our employees are.
We had not surveyed. This came up very quickly, but that's certainly part of this would be to isolate really what's going to give us the best bang for our buck.
Yeah, because I mean, there's tutoring and there's like a lot here, right? So I just want to make sure that if we do go down this path, that it's something that is going to be stuff that they are going to actually utilize.
Correct.
So thank you for that. And then I also would be interested in finding out how some of this layers with DCA. because, you know, if you have a dependent care account, are you able to use it for those copays, things like that? I would like for you all, I don't need to know these things. I'd like for you all to make sure that you take that into account, because a dependent care account is very important to your overall ability to be able to afford child care. As somebody who utilized that until my son turned 13, I would definitely recommend that we look into that. And then my last question is for legal. So if administration decided to go down this path, does this have to go through an RFQ process? Yes. To partner with a company for these services? Okay, that's what I thought.
Actually, I did speak with Stephanie in procurement, and she believed there was, and I don't remember the technical aspects of it, but she did not think this is something that needed to be bid because there were other users we could piggyback. I can check with her again on that and make sure legal.
There are some piggyback exceptions from other governments. We would have to look into it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Just quickly, on my notes, I had the same thing. Have conversations with the employees to figure out what the needs are. I think that's extremely important. And the other thing, when you have these conversations in administration, obviously it's, I guess, your role to kind of look into the program. I would want to, as a parent, availability and waitlisting and how the program actually works is something that needs to be explored, because that, I think, is very important, because no matter how many lists you have, you need to know whether
You
or
need
not
it when you need it.
you need it when you need it. And that would be, I think, information that employees will want to know too. So that's my only 2 cents. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Fix-Sanders.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for this great idea. I'm still interested in the RFQ process because we're moving real fast on this. So I still am very interested in the RFQ. Quick question, and I agree with Vice Chair Hanowitz. As a new mom, I was very particular with where I said who watched my child. Regardless of what the costs were, I was extremely picky as to who watched my children. So how this works, I would love to see local trials. I'm looking at some of the centers that you have, and the closest ones to my district is the one on Horton. Is this the Horton Child Care that I'm looking at? And I'm not sure if that's one of yours, but when I went to Bright Horizons and I Googled all 3 of my main zip codes, not one came up for a 20-mile radius. So anybody that's living in District 5 would have a really hard time utilizing this program, especially if it's an emergency. They don't have one that's close at all. So that's just my feedback on that, is that I would love to see the daycares that you're asking us to consider, what their rates are and what the maximum number of children can be. Because if we have something citywide, and I don't think we're going to have a mad rush, but we're not the only ones using those centers. Sure. So, I would love to see that list of the child cares, because I can't really find them. I like that map. But as you can see where it stops, it almost looks like it's before Central. So some of the other zip codes won't be able to use it. And again, the initial, and I'm glad that Councilmember Driscoll understood that we needed to have more time for conversation.
Sure.
All right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I wanted to echo the employee feedback comments, specifically how this might impact like any sort of, I guess, get feedback from the labor unions as well and see if they have any feedback. I think this is something that I find important and would like to make steps in a direction towards a child care benefit, but we have to see what they prioritize and what they want to bargain for, and so any feedback you could provide in the future on that would be helpful. That's all, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding or Councilmember Givens, before I go to Councilmember Driscoll, do you have anything?
No.
No, sir.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thanks to everyone for your feedback. Regarding the map, I think, this kind of points out who they have now. They're not working with us yet. You may want to talk very briefly about adding providers to your network, because I think that was another thing that got me interested. Not everyone who works for the city of St. Pete lives in St. Pete. So I kind of like that there's stuff north of here. Many of our employees live in Largo, Pinellas Park. It just goes even in Pasco County. So I like that they have that kind of a network. also, families they can have their own choices as to whether or not the care is close to home or close to work, because different people have different preferences on that. So this, once this is built out and created, it would meet all of those needs. Adding local providers actually gives some of our local businesses, our local, business owners who have daycare centers would have the opportunity to ask to join in on this, and that would just benefit our local economy, here. And then finally, I really appreciate that that it goes beyond young children and includes things like elder care, pet care. Don't forget, we're talking about backup care here, not everyday stuff. In St. Pete, we have families of all kinds, and so your family may include an aging parent that you're taking care of. Your family may include a teenager and a 3-year-old, all kinds of families. And so one of the things that really drew me to this is that it really does give well-rounded offerings to benefit more of our employees. So, and then finally, some of these will be new to some people, but you build familiarity. I had never asked you, can someone request a specific sitter or a specific location when they go to book this?
Yes, absolutely. That's actually one of the first steps of a reservation process. You have your child care center that you know and always use. That's your number one preference. Or you have that in-home caregiver that you've become comfortable with and and you've used before. You can absolutely request that same.
So one of the great things we could add to the survey is asking, who do you use now? That's your list then, right? That's how this would work.
Right. And we have a dedicated provider relations team. So when we get reservations in a market, we are looking in that market for local providers to partner with and expand. Because, you're right, these are brick and mortar locations. They're not going to be ubiquitous. They're not going to be everywhere, but we want to keep adding. And I'll say, last point quickly, we have the sittercity.com platform. So beyond our network of child care locations, of in-home caregiver agencies, sittercity.com is a network of local caregivers, people who are babysitters or nannies. And that is really our solve for those areas that are hard to reach with kind of brick and mortar or traditional locations. Sitter City pairs you with the provider you might not have known is down the street. Or you can add a personal caregiver that you know and you've used before to the sittercity.com platform, so that then when you use the backup care program, the city of St. Pete gets reporting, and there's at least some transparency for who are you using as your caregiver, what date and time, and who are you using it for.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fix-Sanders.
Real quick, so with you saying that, have you considered partnering with those that provide ELC? And if a city employee already receives ELC, would they be not eligible for this?
No, anyone. If you're an employee of the city of St. Pete, you are eligible for the program.
Okay.
And you can use DCA money too for those copays. Yep.
Okay, so if they're currently receiving ELC, have you well, in your survey, can you please check for if they are receiving ELC and if there are some ELC sites that you think you might want to be able to add to the list?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Just quickly, I agree about just feedback in general. I think, especially when we're talking about, I think Councilmember Driscoll made a good point there in our last comments about, it's backup care. And so we want to make sure that the backup care is filling the need for what our employees want. And I think that's why the survey is so important. And so I think really spending time on that, and that's probably some good time spent with one-on-ones if you decide to do those. I think you're hearing from some people that they'd like them. I'd certainly like one. Because this is a big issue, but I think it really needs to be fine-tuned to what our employees are seeking. And I think that's why feedback from the unions is important, the survey. This could be a massive undertaking. I think how Councilmember Driscoll has brought it forward is trying to scalpel it down, which I very much appreciate. But we've got to know where to take the scalpel. Like that's my biggest concern.
Makes sense.
And so I think you've heard the feedback. I think for those that want one-on-ones, maybe they can request them. This is me requesting one. And then we'll keep this on the list and bring it back after some of the fine tuning with administration and the survey has been done, and that way we can actually see what the need is. Councilmember Fix-Sanders, did I see you raise your hand?
Disagreeing with
Oh, okay. Is that the consensus from the committee? Does that sound all right?
I do want that one-on-one, though.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for being here. Councilmember Driscoll, thank you for bringing the item. Thank you. Looking forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you all.
Okay, we're going to move into the last item for the day. We're going to, it's an annual review of the city's investment policies. We've got Tom Hoffman, Treasurer, Scott Stitcher, Senior Portfolio Strategist from Chandler, and Lily Arnsdorf, Relationship Manager from Chandler here. And we're going to talk about some changes to our investment policies. Tom, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good morning. And this is a great time to have our our investment advisors here this morning as they got to hear what you as a council go through with our limited resources, trying to deploy those so you can provide services to the community and to our employees. So this is a wonderful time for you folks to have been here for that. So Scott is Senior Portfolio Analyst. We engaged Chandler to do certain things for the city in the area of investment advisory. The very first thing is taking a look at our investment policy. Within the investment policy, we have a requirement that IOC does an annual review of that. Over the course of the time I've been with the city, there's some years there hasn't been anything brought forward. Other years we've had changes, some necessitated, and in this case where we're at today, we've had some things that require us to become compliant. We needed to change the policy. As an example of that, we recently went into the seagrass mitigation. There's some requirements there by the Army Corps of Engineers to have a trust, so we're going to need to have those items included in our policy. So giving that over, we gave it over to Scott. Scott went through, and I'll turn it over to Scott, and he can talk about his findings and where we're at today.
Thank you. You want to say it
No,
now?
no.
Okay, I'll jump in here. So our review of the policies focused on compliance with Florida state statutes that govern the investment of public funds, specifically 218.415. Additionally, we looked at the inclusion of current best practices that are recommended by the Government Finance Officers Association, also known as the GFOA, as well as the Association of Public Treasurers of the United States and Canada. And, you know, I jokingly say this to you, I will commend you for having policies in place, and they were very well written. I found that it included the majority of these best practices that are recommended. There is some new legislation out there that passed in 2023 called Investment Decisions that is now part of 218.415 that we recommended be written into the general investment policy as well. But other than that, again, a very well-written policy and include all the major sections of 218.415. Additionally, I want to stress that the controls and safeguards that have historically been in place will remain in place. What's worked in the past, there's no sense in changing that. So those safeguards will remain in place. And then lastly, our recommendations were designed to improve and increase the clarity of the investment policies, really to simplify them. And I say simplify that, you know, without impacting the general integrity of the policies, okay? As I've stressed to Tom, that we want to focus on investing the assets and not really managing, or I should say managing the investments and avoid managing the policy. So we want our focus on the assets, the prize, as opposed to being bogged down by the details of the investment policy. So again, we've tried to simplify the verbiage in those policies, again, without impacting the integrity of the overall policies. Would you like me to get into any more detail than that? Is that sufficient?
Yep. Yeah, here, I'll try to kindergarten it for us. So, Chandler, thank you for being a partner in this. I'm super excited. I think a lot of us are super excited to have you be a part of this. We went through this in investment oversight committee. The general gist of all of this is really this was a lot of cleanup. It was adding the section about investment decisions, and then there are a couple of cleanup items about what we can and what we cannot hold. That really was just making sure that our team had the ability to do their jobs in the best way, the best fashion going forward. And so it was giving the finance team the tools they needed to with a couple of different investment options, certainly not out of the realm of anything crazy that I have seen. And then a lot of cleanup and making sure that, again, it was going along with GFOA and all those other things that we want to make sure we're in compliance with. The only other thing I will bring up is there was some cleanup to the diversification schedule, and really it was based on best practices. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's fair.
And so we had a conversation around the diversification schedule with our current investment portfolio managers. We're in compliance with all of us. Again, just a lot of cleanup. I hopefully simplified that down. Yeah, Councilmember Gabbard.
And adding the seagrass mitigation.
Correct. Yeah, that's the only larger thing is
Yeah.
that the management of that is separate,
Right.
and that was adding that to this. Correct.
Perfect.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. That it?
Yeah, move
Okay.
approval.
Councilmember or Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you. Just a quick thing, because I've had this discussion with legal before on the Investment Oversight Committee. The language now matches what the resolution is, because it wasn't matching, right?
I'll have to pull the resolution and confirm that it's matching. This is.
Before there was a should versus shall.
I changed it to shall, so it was clear that the committee shall include the following people. And I could have written it even more affirmative,
But
to
it's-
say the committee must include the following people, but.
No, I understand, but I know that when I looked at the resolution at some point, it did not match. And as long as it matches, whatever, I just, there was some discrepancies. And so the other thing that I was gonna say is, can we make chairman neutral in terms of gender? I think we were there.
Chairperson?
It should, yeah, it's like when it should be chair or whatever, anything that could be gender neutral. It just like, it shows the age of this document and it drives me crazy. And then, and, and then the other thing is, I don't think we have any requirements for the Investment Oversight Committee to have either Form 1 or Form 6. And that may be something that I don't know if we need to have a discussion about. But here's the thing. We require it in a lot of committees. And this one involves investment oversight. And so to me, if it's something that generally we require and we're not doing it on something that involves investment oversight, that to me doesn't send the right message. And I don't have whether it's 4.1 or 4.6, but I know is not required. And so since we're having this conversation in
So Eric and I had that conversation last year, maybe, when we were having the Form 1, Form 6 conversation
Yeah.
with the formation of another committee. I can't remember what that conversation was. But I think where we landed on that and not bringing that to BF&T for a decision was IOC really, it's not able to make any decisions. It can make recommendations to this committee, and then this committee has to make those decisions. And I think that's why we decided not to do that. I'm certainly open to that conversation, but I just want to let you know we did talk about it, and that was the reason we didn't do it eventually, or in the past.
And I think we have committees that are in the same boat and we require.
We may.
Yeah, and that, to me, it's a consistency thing for those that serve on committees to make sure, because then, so maybe if legal can kind of check on that in terms of what we require for committees in Form 1 and Form 6. Because if we are requiring it from other advisory committees or others that don't make final decisions, that just come before, and most committees actually end up at our decision-making process, then I think it just doesn't, it doesn't send the right message. I will say the shall versus a should. You're an expert, obviously, in terms of investment and the work you do, but I don't know if you want to have shall there, where you may have a situation where the person with the most knowledge in investments is on BF&T, you see what I mean? And the chair may not want to have that. It doesn't, I'm not particular, but it's something that to think about.
You're in the clean
Number
version.
23, Investment Oversight Committee.
Yeah, and Councilmember, I'll have to pull to see if the Investment Oversight Committee was a standalone resolution before it was incorporated
Right.
into this policy.
Right.
back in
There is some,
2014.
right.
Because from my recollection, it's been in the policy since 2014, but if there was some standalone before that, I'm gonna have to give
Yeah.
the clerk's office and, you know, the.
I think I have, I may have it, so if I have it, I'll, because the question came up, but it's something for you to think about, based on, I don't know the future, and this is not,
So you're saying changing that language to if there was somebody that maybe had experience in the
Right.
field that was not BF&T's
chair.
that person could have the ability to be on IOC and not the BF&T chair.
Right, if some, and it may be a committee member on BF&T, maybe.
Yeah.
Let's say you don't want to be chair, but you're on the committee and you're like, I'll take that responsibility. It gives flexibility. I personally don't care either way, but it's something to think about if it's a should rather than a shall, and how that.
Could we maybe, and I love feedback, could we maybe, well, first of all, what are you seeing across other municipalities? Do you see a committee like ours with the Investment Oversight Committee and then a BF&T? Are you seeing any standard that's being set, I guess, is a
I would say
question?
no standard. It
Okay.
varies by entity.
Okay.
Right, and level of sophistication as well. So I would say larger cities like yourself are going to have something like this.
Yeah.
Smaller cities, not so much.
I mean, I'm certainly open to the idea of, something to the effect that it would be the BF&T chair, unless the BF&T chair decides that somebody else is better fit for that.
Yeah.
For that. Is that a,
Yeah, we can draft something.
could we amend that to send it to council?
Or their appointee.
Or their appointee?
Yeah, or something like that, yeah, and that gives it flexibility.
Which has to be another city council member?
Yeah,
It
whatever.
would be a member, probably most likely BF&T. I
Yeah,
think
BF&T
the
Okay.
member,
likelihood
right.
is that I think the rationale here is that, you
You could
run
report
this
back to
meeting,
the
you report
BF&T.
back in for the
Yeah.
BF&T
Right.
That makes sense.
T committee,
Chair
because
or
you're not
the
requiring,
of
the IOC members to come themselves to this, basically you're receiving the feedback from the IOC members, so I think that was the reason why the
Yeah.
chair of the BF&T committee was
Right.
listed, but we can make it flexible with a member of BF&T if the chair doesn't want to be on the committee.
Or if the chair has a conflict for one of the meetings.
Yeah.
And that
Okay.
may be something, I just don't like the shout that puts,
Okay.
yeah.
Can I ask a quick question?
Councilmember Fitzanders.
So are we saying that if the chair, currently now, our chair of BF&T, does not want to, or are we gonna come out of the gate saying the BF&T chair appointee, which can be himself or somebody else? Is it only upon his unavailability, or?
I mean, look, I'm flexible on how we want to write it, so it's really, it can be.
I think it would be the appointee of the chair, right? I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, I feel comfortable doing that. If there were a chair of BF&T that didn't want or didn't feel comfortable, they could appoint a different member.
All right.
So that was the question. So is it just gonna be coming out of the gate to what Vice Chair Hannon was just saying? Just put it in there?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
We probably just the first potentially meeting of the year for the BF&T committee.
Right.
We need to have that decision made, considering this is a quarterly advisory committee that,
Yeah, you'd vote for chair and vice chair, and then you'd appoint the IOC member,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you'll amend your motion to include that?
Yes. She made the motion.
I mean, motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll amend it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it'll either be shall or should, depending on what I can find.
Yeah, I think that works. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions or comments on investment policies? Yeah, Councilmember Floyd, thank you.
Thanks. First, just say I would have preferred a presentation with some overview. We had quite a substantive conversation in my one-on-one, and I misplaced the notes, so I don't have them here, so I'm going off of memory. But, you know, I think forgive me, feel a little bit pressured because of time on what I feel is an important decision, so I wouldn't personally support the motion right now, although I'm not on the committee, and because I feel this is really important. But I guess the one thing that's pinging around in my head is we talked about active management, and I believe it was a WikiWatchy. Does that sound familiar? Yeah, and I wanted to bring that up in this context because I don't get much other context to bring it up in. And if you could give us some history as to how that happened and what the financial impact of the decisions we've made in the past are.
Certainly, and I appreciate you asking that question. WikiWatchy, and that's what we just went through at the beginning of this meeting. And WikiWatchy started with the sale of the water park in about 2000. And in the conditions of the sale, that money is set into corpus, so it's about 14.4 million in corpus, and then the money that generated off that is at the discretion of city council to use for recreational things within the city. Since the start, at least as far as I know back on that, WikiWatchy has been actively managed, meaning we had managers over that. With the split, we had a couple different ones when I came on board, one for the equities, one for the bonds. And then over time, it went, we got an agreement with Morgan Stanley to manage that. Managing, I think if I look at last year, the Morgan Stanley fee, managing that was about a little north of $120,000 on a 14.4, and there are sub-managers under that, so don't know what the value is that we're getting from that. So looking at the option to turn that into passively managed, which would be ETFs most likely, and this is consulting with our investment advisors, having them take a look at it. So the language that is in this proposed policy includes that ability to convert that over to a passively managed, or putting it actually under the management if we were to do that under a manager such as Chandler.
Okay, so I guess it allows it to, what's the mechanism for us to actually decide if it was to be moved in that direction?
Within the policy, once the policy's in there, then it comes back to management to make that decision.
Oh, okay. All right, so it would be on y'all to decide how to handle that, and I am assuming based off the conversation that you would be leaning towards moving it in a more passive direction for financial savings.
That's where we're at, and in consultation again with the advisors, we're not alone in seeing that. It is rather, the price tag on that is rather high.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, all right, thank you. That was the one thing that I was stuck on and wanted to make sure I understood. But yeah, I know, Chair, you've done the best you can to squeeze 3 things in here. I've been trying to do similar in the committees that I chair. It's been a difficult because we have an actively engaged council, but this one was what I came for, and I appreciate you giving me the information on the specific topic, but yeah, anyway, it's a lot right at the end of the meeting, so.
Could I just add one thing to what Tom just shared with you? I don't want there to be confusion between the active and passive.
Yeah.
Passive is just how that's delivered. There will still be active management in reviewing the asset allocation, reviewing the performance, providing reporting.
Yeah.
There's still an active approach. You're utilizing a passive product to deliver that active management.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, I understand
you know the
completely.
difference.
And I could have been more clear in the way that I was explaining it. Yeah, I understand completely. It was just I was trying to be as simple as possible. But yeah, I get it that there would still be management. It would just be a different, provided by a different source, and it would save us funds. And
You're
then
really
we'd be
talking
using
about the
passive
underlying
products. Yeah.
management?
Right.
Yeah.
Right now, there are two layers. There's Morgan Stanley and the underlying managers. What they're talking about is keeping an overarching management and using ETFs, which is, think about it like the Vanguard 500.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
Something like that. And getting rid of that, what can be a costly layer.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for that. Just wanted to make sure we were moving in that direction because I wasn't super sure if we were at that point when we sat down. But I'm glad to hear we are.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor with an amendment. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Upcoming meeting is on June 12th, where our FY 2026 utility rate study, and July 10th, FY 2026 utility rate study, meeting number 2. Tom, Chandler, thank you for being here. Really appreciate. Sorry we rushed through it a little bit, but always appreciate your insight. Okay, if there's nothing else for the good of the order, BF&T is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chair.
To address St. Pete's growth and rising housing costs, Mayor Welsh launched the Housing Opportunities for All plan in April of 2023. It is a multi-year plan that will help residents settle, stay, and feel stable in St. Pete. Housing affordability is a key element in Mayor Ken Welsh and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The next milestone in the Housing Opportunities for All plan is the citywide expansion of the Rebates for Affordable Residential Rehabs program, previously only offered in the South St. Pete CRA. The program provides rebates to eligible homeowners to make improvements to their properties, making it easier to stay in their homes. Examples of potential improvements covered by rebates are structural repairs, roof replacement, electric and plumbing upgrades, window and door replacement, HVAC replacement, insulation upgrades, kitchen and bath upgrades, and accessory dwelling unit construction. For more information on qualifications and how to apply, visit stpete.org/home rebates.
Wardsville, that was actually named for perhaps a businessman and his wife who was maybe for a while the postmistress in town.
They took care of everybody's mail here, and we needed a name, and we were Wardsville until, you know, the magical day where we became St. Petersburg.
And speaking of that, how did it happen?
That's a great story. If you ride the trolleys, you hear a great story about, you know, a coin flip where, you know, Peter Demens and John Williams, who owned most of what is now downtown St. Petersburg, General John Williams, flipped a coin, right? The winner gets to name the city, loser gets to name the first hotel. Makes complete sense, right? The city is St. Petersburg, named after St. Petersburg, Russia, where Peter Demens is from. The Detroit Hotel is our first hotel, named after Detroit, Michigan, where Williams is from. Great story, but it's not true. We needed a name. And the postmaster wanted a name. Peter Demens had a press conference saying he was taking his train to St. Petersburg. John Williams didn't want to call it St. Petersburg. So there's all kinds of discussion. So what do you think happened after that?
I think somebody, perhaps one of the partners in that railroad enterprise, said, look, we have to name this after Peter Demens, and so we're going to name it St. Petersburg, and you go to the post office and tell Ms. Ward that's what it's going to be. And that's probably about how it happened, as simple as that.
It's as close as it came.
I'm Dr. Tanja Williams. I am the first African American and female president of St. Petersburg College in St. Petersburg, Florida. My definition of a trailblazer is a person who has a fire burning in the bottom of their belly that they just have to get out. A person who's willing to practice courage over comfort, who's willing to step out and do something that no one has done because they feel passionate about it and they feel that they have something that they could add to it to help make things better than they are now. Being one of the very few St. Petersburg natives born and raised in St. Pete, getting a job at St. Petersburg College alone was a big deal for us. Growing up, I did not get to see African American college presidents. As a matter of fact, I don't believe I had an African American faculty member when I was going to college. So to be president was not something that I thought was in my reach. It wasn't a part of my vision. But when it came to fruition, I realized that it was such a huge honor and a huge opportunity to help others understand that it's not where you start, it's where you finish. So being the president of SPC is an honor, it is a privilege, it's also a lot of hard work. One of the biggest moments of a college president is the investiture. I remember fighting tears because it's a part of my journey that my mom, who helped get me there, was not able to join me. She had passed away. She said, Tanja, you're gonna do some cool things in life. I'm not gonna be here to see it, but I know you will. And she said, don't sell your soul to get it, and don't sell your soul to keep it. And I remember standing on that stage saying to her, we did it, and I did not sell my soul. I've had a lot of people in my life who stood in the gap for me to help me do what I didn't think I could even do myself. People like Helen Callier at George's Pools. They were one of the first African-American millionaires in St. Petersburg who owned a swimming pool company. They pushed me hard to go to college, and they helped me stay in college. For those of you who are thinking, wow, I've failed 3 times, get up the 4th time. Many of us have failed. Many of us have made mistakes, but you dust yourself off and you keep going. It's all about the possibilities. Don't leave them on the table. Get up, dust yourself off, and keep trying.
Pablo Mardones. I'm the owner of the Chrome Factory here in St. Pete.
I'm Angie Gray. I am the assistant right-hand woman of Pablo.
Me and my friend Felipe, we opened this store together. We had this idea that we were kind of tired working like our corporate jobs, you know. Although life was very like stable and all that, we wanted just to have something like of our own and kind of like work a little bit more like the life-work balance, you know, in our favor. So we decided to open a restaurant. We are in 57, the corner of 57 and Central. So like we are 1 block away from the Sunrunner, which is pretty cool too. Like before we open, like we didn't know this was gonna happen. We have a stop right here, like less than a block away, and so we are very close to the beach, but not too far from downtown.
I actually quit my corporate job and wanted something more like local, family-friendly, work-life balance, as you said. I submitted my resume to the Crumb Factory, and not even 10 minutes later, Pablo got back to me and was like, "Hey, come in for an interview."
We produce everything here in-house, like...
And you can watch us do
Yeah.
it. People just enjoy coming here and like being part of like this little family local
Yeah,
restaurant.
I think we have been very well received.
It's really like kind of laid back. It's not like your stereotypical coffee shop where like people come to work or people come to like sit on their computers all day. Like we do have some customers that do that, but for the most part, everyone's here like they want to socialize. We get a lot of regulars, and yeah, like everyone loves bread, everyone loves pastries, so yeah, it's great. I've even been out and about in St. Pete, and people have been talking about like the Crumb Factory, and I'm like, I work here. Like, like this is so exciting.
That's one of my goals. Like I want to be a place that people associate the Crumb Factory with St. Pete, you know, so it's definitely important for us to be really part of the city.
Good morning, and thank you all for being here today. Despite the recent rain, it's still a beautiful day in the great city of St. Petersburg, and I'm especially glad to be here at one of our water reclamation facilities, ground zero, for some of the most important infrastructure improvements underway in our city. Let me begin by recognizing several of the leaders of our St. Pete team joining us today. On my westward side, council members, City Council Chair Copley Gertis, Amber Bolding, our emergency management manager, is with us as well, and she'll be saying a few words. We're also joined by members of our city council. Thank you all for joining us this morning. Police Chief Anthony Holloway, Fire Rescue Chief Keith Watts, and our city administrator Rob Gerties, and members of his administrative leadership. Thank you all for the job y'all do every day. We're also joined fresh from I was going to say the chaos, but from the legislative session in Tallahassee, Senator Darrell Roussan, thank you for joining us today. Now, it might feel like we just wrapped up the last storm season, but the 2025 Atlantic hurricane season begins in just a couple of weeks, and we've begun working hard to prepare. The back-to-back storms we experienced last year, Helene and Milton, were unprecedented in both strength and scope. Their impact made it unmistakably clear that climate change and the effects of extreme weather is not a distant threat. It's here, and the time to act is now. That's why we created the St. Pete Agile Resilience Plan, or SPAR. SPAR is our accelerated strategy to strengthen our infrastructure and build long-term resilience in the face of a changing climate. A core part of that plan focuses on our water reclamation facilities, critical infrastructure that was pushed to its limit during last year's storms. Today, we'd like to update our community on the progress we've made to fortify these facilities and to share additional steps that we are taking to prepare for this year's hurricane season. On water reclamation and infrastructure resilience, the theme of this year is clear: resilience. Last year, we faced projections of storm surges as high as 15 feet, levels we have never seen before. 2 out of our 3 water reclamation facilities are in evacuation zone A, leaving us with a very small window of time to act before landfall. Now, our staff worked aggressively to protect these sites and equipment. Still, despite their efforts, some services had to be temporarily suspended so we could avoid extensive long-term damage and initiate repairs. That's not a situation we want to be in again. And that's why we chose the Northeast Water Reclamation Facility as the site of today's event. This facility is home to several infrastructure projects now being accelerated under SPAR. Originally, many of these projects weren't scheduled to be completed for another 3 to 5 years. But that's no longer acceptable given the escalating environmental risks that we face. We must be more agile in our response to significantly greater weather impacts that we are now experiencing. So we're expediting timelines, elevating critical infrastructure, flood-proofing buildings, and installing new pump stations. We purchased and deployed an aquafence to protect one of our key lift stations. All told, we're accelerating more than $545 million in infrastructure investments across our 5-year capital improvement plan, advancing projects that will help safeguard our city from future flooding. And this work is happening now. Many of these improvements are either nearing completion or will be done by year's end. And we are exploring additional ways to fund more improvements more rapidly. Following our remarks today, we'll provide a guided tour of this facility so the community can see how these systems operate and what we're doing to strengthen them. Now, some may ask, why did the city wait so long to act? And the fact is, we did not. These projects were already in the pipeline based upon the best available science and projections at the time. What we've done is take aggressive action to accelerate these projects based on our updated data and our experience with our current realities. You can view the full list of SPAR projects on our website at stpete.org/SPAR, and I encourage everyone to check it out. Now, beyond infrastructure, we're also making strategic preparations for the upcoming hurricane season. We're cross-training staff, we're pre-staging critical resources, and preparing recovery centers across the city. This includes securing backup power, boosting internet access, and positioning emergency equipment. We've launched the Resilient St. Pete Task Force in partnership with the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. And just this past weekend, the task force held its first resiliency listening tour, gathering input from residents in our most flood-prone communities. St. Pete Fire Rescue is adding 3 high-water vehicles to our fleet. Thank you, City Council. And our Public Works Department has secured additional pumps to respond to future flooding events. We're also working with our debris contractors and preparing debris management sites so that they're ready for immediate activation. And let's not forget the Hometown Haulers program. After a successful launch last year, we're working to make it a permanent post-storm recovery effort. Earlier this month, the city's executive policy group participated in Operation EOC Ready, an annual training exercise to ensure our leadership team is prepared to respond when the next storm hits. Now, this list isn't exhaustive, and our preparations will continue throughout the season, but it reflects our city's commitment to addressing storm preparation and resiliency as an important priority for the city. And in closing, to the residents of St. Petersburg, I share all of this with you to assure you that our team has been working hard to be ready for the storms that will inevitably come. We spent the last several months not just recovering from storms, but applying lessons learned and acting with urgency. Still, we cannot do it alone. While the city is doing our part, we need the community to do your part as well. Please start making your storm plans now. Prepare your homes. Talk to your neighbors. Don't wait until it's too late. Storms are only getting more powerful. It's not a matter of if we get hit, it's a matter of when. In a moment, I'll turn it over to Council Chair Gerdes, followed by our Emergency Management Manager Bolding. And after all remarks, we'll take your questions and invite you to join the facility tour with Public Works Administrator Claude Tankersley. And remember, we are St. Pete. Thank you. Mr. Chairman.
Good morning. Thank you for being here, and Mayor, thank you for your continued partnership, the administration, all of our city employees for their dedication, not only on a daily basis, but certainly through some of the hardest times we've ever experienced. If you know me, I say it often, and I'm going to say it again. Thank you to my colleagues. We've got a lot of them here: Vice Chair Hanowitz, Councilmember Gabbard, Councilmember Harding, Councilmember Fig-Sanders, and Councilmember Givens here in attendance. Councilmember Driscoll and Councilmember Floyd had conflicts, but let me tell you, if you've watched a meeting or a committee meeting over the last 6 or 7 months, you know the dedication and the passion that my colleagues have for storm preparedness and resiliency. Thank you for everything you do on a daily basis, and it's my greatest pleasure to work with you on a daily basis. What was coming to mind in my silly kindergarten brain as I was thinking about these remarks was the very eloquent and well-spoken Rocky Balboa. It's not how hard you hit, it's how hard you can get hit. And when I think about this, I think about the storms of 2024 and how hard we got hit, and how these storms did not discriminate in our area. You think about District 2 in Riviera Bay, District 3 in Shore Acres, District 4 in Meadowlawn and Coffee Pot, District 5 in Lake Maggiore essentially being shut down, District 6 in the devastation of downtown and Coquina Key, District 7 flooding, unprecedented flooding in Broadwater, and in District 8 inland flooding in Kenwood, and kind of the cross between District 1 and District 8 near 58th Street, where you saw homes that are miles away from the water take on feet of flood. And then in my own district, districts that had never flooded before, neighborhoods, Causeway Isles, Yacht Club Estates, and Jungle Terrace take on water. These storms hit us all. But what I think about is us coming back stronger and even more prepared. And I think about those storms and I look at what we have accomplished since. Activating multiple debris sites. The mayor touched on the Hometown Haulers program. Councilmember Fig-Sanders, thank you for your leadership there. And I'll say it again, 2.1 million cubic yards of debris picked up in 90 days. And I used the Empire State Building the last time I spoke about this, but just to give you some more context, imagine 400 Central, doubled in size, the entire block in which it sits. And that's the amount of debris that this city picked up in 90 days. Examining what we have done helps us get ready for what is coming this next season. We talked about an aqua fence, elevating our most important assets that you're going to see just in a couple of minutes, a pump station in Salt Creek that we have quickly moved on, and what was going to be one high water vehicle turned into 3. Vice Chair Hanowitz, thank you for your leadership there. And tens of millions of dollars in investments just in 2026 in resiliency and infrastructure. So again, if you've watched or listened to a meeting, the city is preparing. It has not stopped. Both administration and city council are constantly thinking, preparing, and imagining what the future has in store for us. And let me tell you, working side by side with them on a daily basis, I would not want a different team thinking about what this city's vision is going forward. So finally, once again, thank you to council. Thank you for your innovation, your dedication. Thank you for the partnership with the mayor's office and all of administration. And we are so blessed to have you. And so as we prepare, we ask you to prepare as residents. We're trying to have that vision, think forward. Please do the same. And you're going to hear much more of that from our next speaker, Amber Bolding, the Emergency Management Manager. And Amber, thank you for all of your work and dedication, and thank you for your partnership. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Mayor, Chair Gertis, really for your support and your partnership throughout a truly unprecedented 2024 season, and even more for your continued leadership as we head into this new season with 2025. So today we've heard some really important updates on the city's preparedness and resilience initiatives, and I want to focus on something really equally important as we look ahead, and that's preparing ourselves, our family, and our community for this 2025 season. So as we think about preparedness, this year we really have an advantage that we've never had before. We've all experienced record-breaking impacts in the 2024 season with Hurricanes Debbie, which we forget a lot about Debbie, Hurricane Helene, and Hurricane Milton. We've seen firsthand what nearly 7 feet of storm surge can do to our coastal neighborhoods. We've seen what 20 inches of rain in a short amount of time can do to our interior, our normally high and dry neighborhoods. And we've seen what nearly 100 miles per hour plus winds can do to our homes, our parks, our infrastructure. So why do I say that's an advantage? Because there's power in knowing what to expect from these storms. We have that knowledge now. We've learned from it. Understanding how you and your family were affected last year now allows you to pinpoint those specific preparedness needs for this year. So just as the city is applying lessons learned on our infrastructure and the way we prepare and respond to things, you now have that for your personal preparedness plan. You can do the same. So what do you now know that you wish you would have known before Helene or Milton or even Debbie? Was it the critical importance of your evacuation plans and maybe your sheltering options? Was it knowing how much food and water would be sufficient, especially in light of a outage if water gets shut off? Was it ensuring or knowing where to access the latest and the most accurate weather updates or the emergency notifications? So each of your personal lessons learned, and everybody's lessons learned is going to look different, each of your personal lessons learned underscore the vital importance of proactive preparation. So now is the time to review your family's emergency plan. Reflect on last year and make a better plan for this year. Remember, no one can better prepare for your family than yourself, and then you can. As a fellow St. Pete resident and living in a coastal community, I understand and I know that these preparations are overwhelming, they're challenging, and they really are easier said than done. But the key is to start your planning now, during blue sky, and not wait until gray sky times. So to support our residents, the city is partnering with Pinellas County for our annual Hurricane Preparedness Day. This year it'll be on Saturday, May 31st from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Willis S. Johns Recreation Center. That's at 6635 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Street North. This will be larger than any expo that we've done before. It'll be a free family-friendly event. We'll feature presentations on critical and crucial topics like evacuation plans, storm safety, and emergency preparedness. The folks that come will have access to valuable resources, including free hurricane kit supplies, so it'll help you kickstart whether it's your Go Kit or your Stay Kit. You can look up your evacuation zone, register for the Special Needs Evacuation Program. We'll also include resources for pet owners, information on sandbags, and a kids' education zone. It's going to be a great opportunity to ask the questions. Ask them now. We're going to have resources. We'll have the experts there. Ask your questions, gather essential information, connect with resources that can make a real difference when a storm threatens. And finally, I want to emphasize the strength of our community bonds before, during, and after a storm. Chair Gertis said it well. When we come together and we go through something, we come back stronger. It really is the spirit and the heartbeat of our city. Check on your neighbors, especially families with children, the elderly, those with mobility challenges. Simple acts of kindness and support can make a profound difference during difficult times. We can't control the weather, but we can control our preparedness for it and what we choose to do today. So I urge every St. Pete resident, take this opportunity seriously. Attend Hurricane Preparedness Day on May 31st. Review your plans and implement those lessons learned that we all have from last year. Ensure you have what you need to protect yourselves, your families, your loved ones, your neighbors. And let's work together to make this hurricane season a safe one for our entire community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amber and Chair Gertis. And before the tour, we'll take any questions you might have.
Mayor Welch, so how much, you said it's accelerated. When do you expect the project to be complete?
Well, there are several projects. There are a number of projects that make up SPAR.
The sewer plant, yeah, the recreational project.
Recreational?
Reclamation.
Reclamation, okay. I'm going to ask Claude Tank, he's the best dressed of all of us today, but Claude, our Public Works Administrator, if you can answer that question, please.
Thank you, sir. So as the mayor mentioned, this project, the platform you're standing on right now, has been under design and construction for several years now. The storms really kind of caught us off guard by hitting before the project was complete. So the project was originally supposed to be completed next year, next summer. We are pushing hard to get it completed before then. Some of it is going to be completed this summer, and the rest will be completed either by the end of this year or early next spring. Thank you.
Claude, can you describe the project and
Sure.
exactly what we're standing on?
Actually, yeah. So we are standing on a large platform, as you all have noticed as you climb the stairs. This platform, what we're standing on right now, is 11 feet above sea level. Now, why 11 feet? FEMA recommends when you're in a flood zone like we are that you build 2 feet above the base flood elevation. FEMA sets that base flood elevation. The base flood elevation for the property we're in right now is 9 feet above sea level. That's the base flood elevation. You add 2 feet to that, that's 11 feet. That's why this platform we're standing on right now is 11 feet above sea level. And this platform will house all of the generators that will run the plant when power is no longer available.
Can you talk about the impact of those changes compared to what is here now? And I know you guys didn't make the decision lightly in either storm to shut down any of the facilities, but just how much goes into that moving forward in the next storms?
Yes, and so ultimately our goal ultimately is not have to just shut down during a storm that it would be similar to what we saw in Milton or Helene. Again, 11 feet above sea level for this platform. So the impact would be that we would be able to safely protect the equipment as well as the employees. So remember, when these neighborhoods evacuated, our employees couldn't. They had to stay here until the last minute and then escape through floodwaters to try to save themselves. We don't want to do that anymore. So these projects that we're going to be doing over the next 3 to 5 years will help to protect the employees as well as the equipment.
So
Let me add on to Claude's statement. Don't go anywhere, Claude. Okay. You know, one thing for folks to keep in mind, though, is although we are increasing the elevation here, and I think we're trying to get to 15 feet ultimately, that folks need to factor into their planning the fact that if we get another Milton, another 15 feet projected of storm surge, there's a possibility that the sewer plants might go down. We haven't had to factor that into our planning before, but folks need to factor that in now. Also, our staff worked very diligently, and thank you, Senator Roussan, for your work on getting some kind of crane regulation that's standard around the state. They made good progress on it, but at this point, folks need to factor in if they live in vicinity of a crane. The city still doesn't have the authority to regulate that. So we're going to have to warn folks again, build that into your planning. So those are things that folks have to change. It's not the hurricane planning from 10 years ago. That needs to be updated as well. Who was the next question?
Yeah. Hi. Hey, Claude. So just to clarify, this is now 11 feet. Will these generators be here by this hurricane season? Specifically for this project, what's the timeline?
So the generators, we plan on them being here. Part of the challenge we have, as hopefully everybody knows, is that these generators and all the equipment are very expensive, very large, and they're often not manufactured nearby. So we have to have them shipped in, oftentimes overseas. And so any kind of disruptions to our supply chain could and will slow down the delivery of that equipment. It is our goal to have them here before a storm hits. We will not guarantee it. And you know, the mayor mentioned a good point. We're standing on an elevation of 11 feet, but last year we had a prediction of a 15-foot surge. So that's why you see these forms along the edges here. We're going to be raising this up to 15 feet. So we're building a wall around the edge of this. This will remain at 11 feet here, but we're going to be building a wall around this platform that'll lift it up to the 15 feet.
And is that also before this storm season?
That is our intent.
So it could be 12. You can get a storm surge of 12, but this would be okay.
Yes, that's correct. When we get the wall in and the other barriers, that if we got a 12-foot storm surge, this should be fine.
And if that's the case, then you wouldn't have to shut off the sewer plant.
We hope not. Now, remember, we still have to evacuate our employees. That part is not going to be, that improvement won't come for another couple of years. So we still have to figure out how to evacuate the employees. But we're working so that we won't have to shut the plant down.
When you say that improvement about the employees, that's
Yes.
not the wall. You're talking about something else?
Yes, well, if you look around you, you'll see there's multiple equipment here. There's multiple facilities. This isn't the only facility on the plant. And so where the employees are stationed, their operation building is at the far western end of this property. That has not been elevated yet. And so that's one of the future projects, is to elevate that facility also.
Okay. But if employees can't be here, then the sewage plant needs to be taken offline?
We're working on a way to find a way that we can we can operate it remotely without having to shut it down before we leave. One of the challenges is not so much the operating it remotely, but is shutting it down remotely. So we're working on a way to be able to do that remotely, and we hope to have that in place before we get a storm. This year before we get a storm. But again, you know, I can't guarantee anything because we never know when we're going to actually get that storm.
Let me just chime in on Claude's word guarantee. We are investing millions, upwards to $1 billion when everything's put together, but there is no guarantee. You can only invest so much. You're never going to be storm-proof for a 18, 20-foot, 25-foot storm surge. Folks need to factor that in. We're doing everything, I think, humanly possible, everything fiscally possible to give us a higher level of capacity and resilience. But at some point, if a storm crosses that threshold, folks need to understand they need to evacuate.
Any other questions?
Yes.
On the cross-training employees, is that when it comes to, permits and that sort of thing too, or what did you see this season that you decided to do that?
Rob or Claude, can y'all speak more to what we're doing with that cross-training? Or James? James Corbett, our City Development Administrator.
Good morning. So as it relates to cross-training for post-storm, whether it's storm damage assessment as well as permitting, plan review, we're looking to get individuals that are typically not involved in those processes trained so that they can step in a time where we have a surge in need for permitting. So yes.
Thanks, Jim. Any other questions?
Yeah. I remember last year when the sewage plant shut down, the city had ordered like porta-johns or porta-potties in. Is that still the case this year? Is that being...
We are evaluating the effectiveness of everything we did last year, including those portable showers and toilets as well. So that's something we're still evaluating.
And is the other sewage plant the one that was shut down in the
Southwest?
Southwest, yeah. Is that going through the same thing too of raising,
It's
generators up?
Yeah, it's a different model, but Claude, can you speak to what we're doing at Southwest?
So a lot of the Southwest plant, the equipment was raised after we had the expansion back in 2016, 2017. We raised a lot of the equipment there during that process, and so we have more work to do there, particularly on the operations building for the employees. But the Southwest plant is in a better position than the Northeast plant has been.
So will those changes be by this season as well, before the storms over there?
On the operations building, no.
So how much storm surge can the Southwest plant take on right now before it's shut down? Before it has to be shut down?
I can't give you an exact number, but it's higher than what we received during Helene. The problem is that during Milton we got a prediction of 15 feet, and we knew 15 feet was not going to be something that we wanted to leave our employees there to deal with.
Okay, so as long as it's not 15, so it's more than 7?
During Helene we had a 7-foot storm surge. Yes.
Okay. So it can handle more than 7, but less than 15.
That's a good approximation.
Chair Gertie's had a comment.
Just Colleen, to your question about porta potties and to Mayor's comment about some of the effectiveness, I think that's one of the important parts about the community survey that's going to come out later this year. City Council just got an update with Administrator Foster this past week, and one of the questions is we want feedback on the effectiveness on those programs. So it's not just what we're seeing and hearing, it's what our residents are hearing. So what I would tell you is that survey is really important for people to complete, whether you're one of the 5,000 people that gets selected or when it opens up to all residents. We want that feedback because we want to continue to do programs that worked and discontinue the ones and get innovative for new ones that will. So,
Thank you, Chair.
Mayor, real quick, last year the public didn't have a lot of advance notice that the sewers were going to be shut down. If God forbid it happens again this storm season, will they get more public notice?
Well, you know, I think from my first press conference, we had a couple daily, we were mentioning that possibility. And starting now, we're telling folks, if we get a like storm that exceeds our capacity to operate our sewer plants, we might have to shut them down. Now, again, that was the first time in our history, right, Claude, that we've ever had to shut those plants down. And that just shows you how more powerful these storms are, how much more surge we're dealing with. So that is our new reality. That is a new possibility. It needs to be dialed in every year when you're doing hurricane prep, getting your 7 days of food and water, understanding that if we get a Milton-like storm, the 2 sewer plants might have to be shut down. Any other questions before the tour? Thank y'all for coming. I thought we banned New York Yankees hats, but you're okay. So Claude, are you going to lead us on the tour?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank y'all for coming.
I want it to be fun. I want people to ask questions like, why are the cows flying? Why does the girl have 2 faces? All of my artwork, I want to hint at a story that you can fill the blanks in with. My artwork tells my story of navigating femininity, faith, and Latinidad through my painting. Having something that is gonna live on and that people will stumble upon, like, wow, this really is super cool. I'm Christy. I've always been an artist. It's never really been a choice that I've made.
Hey, that's my house. And this is my ASMR video about water conservation. I use water wisely. Ever have a drippy sink? You should fix it to not waste water, and also not to go crazy with that dripping noise. Look there. That's my automatic shut-off hose attachment. Super water conservative. Even when nature calls, I call nature and I say, hi, I'm conserving water with my high efficiency tank. Okay, bye. Oh, hey, that's me. Just using my high efficiency washer. Just listen to the sounds of water being conserved. Go to this website to learn more, St. Pete, and do what you can for water conservation.
District 4 is centrally located in St. Petersburg, from Coffee Pot and North Shore to the east, and I-275 to the west. It reaches as far north as 77th Avenue North and as far south as 5th Avenue North. I'm Councilmember Lisette Hanowitz, your representative for District 4. I love where I'm standing right now, where baseball legends played. Huggins Stengel Field hosted the New York Yankees spring training sessions with players like Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, and Joe DiMaggio, all the way back in 1925. This baseball field is located in what I consider one of the city's best parks, Crescent Lake Park, a 56-acre city park featuring the natural Crescent Lake, home to an incredible amount of wildlife. And of course, one of the city's most recognizable landmarks resides in Crescent Lake neighborhood, the Water Tower. Standing above the treetops at 110 feet tall, the tower features local artist Tom Stovall's mural and plays host to a pandemonium of green monk parrots. One of the best parts of District 4 are the many unique neighborhoods with their diverse architecture and residents that call this district home. Historical Northeast, Greater Woodlawn, Euclid St. Paul, and Crescent Lake and Crescent Heights are just a few of the great neighborhoods that represent the area. Our numerous parks allow our neighborhoods to enjoy casual waterfront strolls, swimming laps in the pool, play a few games, and a moment to reflect while taking in the nature that surrounds our city. Speaking of nature that surrounds you, tucked away in District 4 is a true tropical oasis, right along 4th Street North. Sunken Gardens is considered St. Pete's oldest living museum and has been around for more than 100 years. Meandering paths guide visitors through a living collection of more than 50,000 tropical plants and flowers. And don't forget about the flock of flamingos. There's really no shortage of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses to enjoy while you spend a little time in District 4.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. Just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device. And super cool things like a teen gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
I'm the youngest of 7 girls, and so I had lots of female role models. One in particular is most definitely my mother.
My mother has always been my strongest influence. I distinctly remember growing up in South America, there were not very many opportunities for women in leadership, and my mom really made her own place.
One of my grandmothers had ovarian cancer, and my other grandmother had 4 cancers. In the late 60s, went in for a lumpectomy. They did a double radical mastectomy. She woke up being taken down to her breastplate. For her, that was incredibly humbling because her whole identity was being in the community, and she felt embarrassed, and to some extent that her womanhood was gone. And so watching her overcome that and thrive was really, that was inspiring as well.
Growing up, I really admired one of my high school teachers in particular. She was this incredibly brilliant woman who was tough, who was smart, and who also would give everything to help her students.
I think it's critical to have a mentor. I found mentors that taught me self-acceptance, self-love. They help you find a way, they help you find an opportunity to a path to your full expression.
Well, I think mentorship is extremely important to the pathway to success.
Having someone there who is really going to be the shining example, who is going to be your guide through life, is really what's so important and what so many of us need.
Every life, you should have somebody that is your champion and somebody you can champion. And I think that's really important as we think about elevating others.
feel St. Petersburg Leadership for Women is outstanding. I think we are positioned perfectly.
I feel so very fortunate to live and work in a city like St. Pete that's inclusive, that's progressive.
I believe that we are a future that will be kind and generous.
There's great support amongst the women leaders to collaborate, to make a difference, to solve complicated problems, and they're brilliant, brilliant women.
This community has not just great women leaders, but a platform where they're elevated and able to do things that are meaningful and that really impact our community. And that's part of the reason it's such a phenomenal community.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
It's very important for people to have diverse cultural experiences so that they can better understand and empathize with people around the world.
Sometimes you can take away things from those other cultures and add it into your own life, and it's very inspirational.
I learned so much about the culture of Japan, what it means to be in another country, what it means to have a host family in another country.
It's truly a very unique and amazing experience. It offers an immersion opportunity that's really once in a lifetime. You can't find it anywhere else.
I definitely learned so much more about their culture. I learned how everyday life is lived. You learn to love the people that you're staying with. You learn to love where you're surrounded.
One of the events was going to the Yashima Temple. It's a temple up on a mountain in Takamatsu, and it's otherworldly. It's absolutely beautiful.
I'd only really seen photos of the temples before, and it's quite a different experience seeing them in person.
I just remember it was so beautiful, and the more temples and things like that you visit, the more you appreciate the culture and appreciate the historical significance of Japan.
This is maybe a once-in-a-lifetime